Oh. Good morning. Thank you for joining the IANS session today with IANS faculty member Jennifer Manila. The topic today is regulations, frameworks, and gaps. What's new in OT ICS cybersecurity? I want to give a quick reminder that we will be giving away an IANS prize pack. Will be rewarded at the end of the session with a prize wheel. So make sure to participate and stay engaged to be able to be eligible to win that prize pack. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to you, JJ.
All right. Thanks, Adrian. Hey, everybody. So this is such a fun and interesting topic for me. I do want to get a little bit of input from you guys as you're coming into the room. If you don't mind sharing with me, kind of what side you come from. Are you in IT? Are you coming from the security side in the CISO's office? Are you from the OT side? If you would just drop that in the comments as we go along, that would be fantastic. So what we're looking at here today so there's all of these different regulations in different parts of the world. Those of you in Europe have NIS 2 and all sorts of other directives going on. Here in the US, it's a hot mess just because we've had administration changes recently and things are getting pulled left and right. But there's some common themes that are shaping critical infrastructure and OT ICS specifically. So we're going to look at that and what those sort of common themes and waves are and where they're taking us. And then we're going to look at some of the challenges and gaps because we've had a little bit of bumps in the road and hardships, especially related to OT, which is operational technology environments. So we'll look at those. Some of the guidance that we've had has just been completely unreasonable. So we'll talk about why that's been challenging and some of the ways we can overcome those obstacles. The what's now and what's next is really like 5 steps for moving forward, especially if you're being tasked with rolling OT ICS security into our traditional cybersecurity program for IT. What is that going to look like? What are the activities that you need to do? And then some additional resources. So throughout this, I'm going to be referencing different guides, white papers, policy documents. All that's linked at the end in additional resources. And then I'll cover a few extra things if we have time. For example, we do have some guidance around implementing zero trust in OT and ICS environments. So let's get started here. A little bit about me. I'm IANS faculty. If you're not familiar with IANS, it's a decision support organization. And instead of using analysts in the traditional sense, they use practitioners. So I'm one of more than 150 IANS faculty. And we all have different specializations. I came out of the infrastructure side. I've authored a few books in cybersecurity and network security. And I work heavily in critical infrastructure for about 20 years up to that OT boundary. And that's a little bit about me. So, all right, let's go back to those common themes I was talking about. So like I said, we have all these different regulations. Let me just give you a little snapshot of what we're kind of thinking about and looking at here. And this is not exhaustive, of course. You guys, if you work in this space, the depth and the breadth of, sometimes even not just overlapping, but conflicting guidance that we have from different areas. So we have things like the ISA 62443 set of standards, which builds on the ISA's 99 model that I'll talk about in a little bit. And we love this. It's international. It's a framework and a standard that relates to operators and system owners and the asset owners, as well as sections for the manufacturers of those systems and the integrators of those systems. So it's a great way to kind of bridge that gap between people that are making the policy and implementing things, as well as people that are managing those systems, whether that's an internal asset or a third party. So you're going to see, don't worry if you don't catch all this, you're going to see references to the most relevant of these as we go along. The other thing that just came out recently is this is a shortened title, but Foundations for OT Asset Inventory. So this is guidance that's joint guidance from several agencies. And I absolutely love this. It's one of the first real actionable things I think I've seen. I've sat on several task forces for different critical infrastructure sectors, including healthcare. And a lot of the misalignment we've had between, security of those, OT type systems and the IT side is that the OT or biomed or whoever, fill in the blank, thinks that IT is handling security for everything. And the IT team is over here going, look, we don't even have information on what you have in the environment, how it's connected, how to find it, et cetera. So this was really neat. And in fact, I'll drag it over because I happen to have it up over here. So you can see what this document looks like. And it's, it's listed in a PDF as being like 30 pages. However, I'll tell you that, like any government document, a lot of that is, intros and thank yous, et cetera, and appendices. But what is really fantastic is it really captures the key pieces of what you need in asset inventory. And it also helps kind of build out this taxonomy if you don't have one internally. And then it gets into very specific sectors down here in the appendix. So you'll see oil and gas, electricity, water, wastewater, et cetera, down there. So it's actually actionable guidance. I like it. I think it's very usable, and it is, crossing borders here. It's guidance from several agencies across the world. We also have the Cloud Security Alliance. You'll see a reference to this later. Another one of the IANS faculty and I were co-lead authors on this document, which is Zero Trust Guidance for Critical Infrastructure that is specifically geared for OT ICS. Now, some of the juicier stuff we're getting into in the EU, we've got the NIS 2 directive, which replaced the prior directive. And then, of course, since UK has split off, they've got their own version of this coming out as well. You're going to see references to this later, so don't worry about that. Here in the US, I mentioned it's a little bit of a hot mess just because we get pushed and pulled with the tides. So we had an executive order 14144 that came out earlier this year. In the prior administration, it was amended more recently. Actually, I think this is June, not July, with 14306. So the changes there really had to do with, some of the oversight and reporting. The other thing that we have, I'll jump down, is that CIRCIA, the Cyber Incident Reporting for Critical Infrastructure Act, that actually was written in 2022. And they keep pushing the date out, right? Because actually in the next slide or two, I'll show you critical infrastructure is kind of everything here in the US and in most of the world. And so there was a lot of pushback around the definitions and the timeframes and just the overhead and the burden that these reporting requirements added. So looping back into those executive orders, some of the things that we're seeing lifted as some of that additional oversight reporting requirements, they're not absolved, but there's definitely a lot of amendments related to that. And then we have just lots of other guidance coming out. I think one thing that's highly anticipated in the industry is the DoD Zero Trust Program Management Office is coming out with Zero Trust guidance for IoT and OT. So I'm interested to see that. There are some, drafts of that floating around. I'll be interested to see how that maps into what we did at the Cloud Security Alliance work as well. And then the stuff that you're familiar with, like the NIST Cybersecurity Framework, which was actually born out of requirements for critical infrastructure. And now we've adopted that in other places in private sector. And then for those of you in the US, you know that we have 16 sectors. If you didn't know, we have 16 sectors defined by CISA. And we have different agencies that are responsible for each of those sectors. And it just, it maps to each of the 16. I'm not going to bore you with all those details, but each of those have their own requirements for critical infrastructure in that specific sector, as well as trickling down into OT ICS specific requirements. All right, so I promised you a quick view just so when we say critical infrastructure, we're kind of on the same page here. In the US, which is where I am, I'm in North Carolina, we have 16 critical sectors. And I think these are pretty straightforward and pretty common sense. What we don't have yet is the space sector. I think that's sort of being tossed around as whether that should be its own sector or rolled into something else. So you'll see, I think very straightforward things here. Everything related to every flavor of utilities, right? Water, nuclear and other power generation, power distribution, financial, food and agriculture, things like transportation systems, even the information technology sector. So, being our telecom infrastructure is considered critical infrastructure here. And then you get into some of the more niche stuff like well, the defense industrial base, I'm not going to call that niche, but dam sector, um, chemical and critical manufacturing. Then you get over into the EU's NIS2, they actually have 18 different sectors defined, and that built on the original version of NIS. I think had like 15 or 16 maybe, or yeah, right around 15, 14, 15. So they've added about 5 other sectors onto that. And you'll see, so in that guidance, there's different requirements for whether you are considered to be essential or an important entity. So you'll see references in here. After there's, it says EE. So that's an essential entity, or IE, which is an important entity. And that's based on your sector and your size and basically impact. If something happens to you, what is the, like, what is the snowball effect to everybody else and to the public, basically. So if you're kind of curious, as I was, about what they look like if we mapped them together, this is a little bit of an eye chart. I'm not reading through this, but I'm going to make the slides available if you guys want them. So there's just kind of understanding the alignment between what we define as critical infrastructure here versus in Europe, and then notes on the alignment. And some of the things that are interesting to me here are stuff like, if you get down into about that middle, whatever color this is, purple periwinkle, on the left, it says ICT service management. Under the US side, it says information technology. And then you'll see that the EU treats managed service providers as essential. And you'll see in that language that some of the requirements specifically call out through supply chain requirements. They're starting to tighten the screws more on supply chain for sure in this regulation. So that's one of these overarching themes that we're seeing in the OT world, is that all of this stuff we've been dealing with in the IT space is really trickling and rolling down into the OT space. So these 3 overarching things really have to do with addressing these things holistically, with dealing with the fact that we, in a more mature program or a more mature organization, we are taking the strategies and the architectures from IT, information technology, and bringing them down into the operational technology environments. And then we're also seeing kind of this bottom up, top down approach, instead of this pie in the sky, policy statements that don't have meat in them. We're seeing some policies and guidelines that get really specific. So they're strategic when they need to be, but they get down to component level when we need that as well. So let's talk about each of these 3 overarching themes here. And first, let me just kind of ask, do you guys remember some of these attacks in recent years, and, COVID being kind of smack in the middle of this graph? We had Maersk, the shipping company, that impacted along with Merck. So Merck, the pharmaceutical company, and Maersk, those 2 that got hit with NotPetya, took down something like 20% of the global commerce. 20% of the global commerce just came to a screeching halt when those 2 companies were hit, because we couldn't move product. So they had to rebuild something like 45,000 PCs and over 4,000 servers. That story is actually really interesting, because they were able to fly one of their employees with a backup that had accidentally been offline. So they had to kind of make this chain of hopping team member to team member through several countries to get that hard drive in order to restore their environment. So really interesting story there. Those of you that remember Colonial Pipeline, here in North Carolina, that's a big provider of everything here. We had just gone, well, I say we had just gone back to school. I don't have kids and I'm not in school, but everybody around me, everybody had just gone back to school after the COVID kind of shelter in place and stay at home orders. The buses had just started going. The kids were just going back to school. Everything was starting to just feel almost normal. And then the Colonial Pipeline attack happened, and nobody had gas. So the buses shut down. It was just a crazy mess. So yeah, impacted more than 7 states. And you'll see the number there, that 70% of the pumps are without fuel. So absolutely crazy. Similarly, around the same time, we saw JBS, which is probably the world's largest meat producer. I don't know about you guys, but I love my food and love my meat. That was another one. So $11 million ransom that hit them. So the interesting thing, and the kind of thread that ties these together, are that even though all of these have OT environments and they were impacted the OT environment was impacted, that was not actually where the incident and the breach occurred. And more recently, we've seen things like Clorox and Bridgestone, and the list just keeps going on and on. But the reality is that our OT systems are so entangled and intertwined with our IT processes, that something that happens on the IT side, Colonial Pipeline, right? They shut down because they couldn't bill for the products going out, not because they couldn't get the products out. So that's a completely different problem than somebody attacked the OT side and took that down. But it does kind of highlight this interdependency and why we have to address these systems more holistically. So the whole silos to systems is this notion that we're still segmented, but we're now better coordinated. And one of the trends I keep hearing about is, integrated IT OT strategy, integrated this, integrated that. And that's fine. And that is correct. But we have to distinguish that what we don't mean is to still throw everything on one network and let it all talk together and do what you need to do and attach those systems. We still want to segment, but we want these things to be coordinated because OT does not work in a vacuum. It's highly interdependent and dependent on what's going on the IT side. So things like most organizations or many organizations are rolling OT security up underneath the CISO's office. So if there's already somebody responsible for security on the IT side, these responsibilities they're kind of getting voluntold to handle OT ICS. And in fact, I think in the IANS ecosystem, a lot of the calls that we take and a lot of the symposiums that we do are to help, CISOs or IT leaders. It could be a CIO, CTO, with taking on this responsibility because it is fundamentally different. The other trends here is that we're moving towards coordinated architectures. So, as much as I know engineers don't like doing documentation and diagrams, this is really key and critical for moving forward with security and resilience. I'm going to talk about resilience here in just a minute. But understanding the interdependencies of those systems. So we talked about like the Colonial Pipeline not being able to bill out. That's why it stopped. Understanding how those things are connected and what is the downstream effect if one of these things fails or is impacted is crucial. And I think that's one of those things we all know. And having done architecture for over 20 years, I understand that it's so easy to go, oh, well, you need diagrams, you need documentation, you need to understand what's interconnected. The reality of actually doing the work to get there is very hard. It's very time consuming, but it is a necessary evil in this case. And it's going to save your bacon a million times over as we get through the next steps here. The biggest one is probably having a OT specific, but a coordinated OT IT incident response plan. So that's that, again, understanding that these systems are so interconnected. You don't want to operate in a vacuum, and you also don't want to just panic and shut things down and lose forensic evidence either. So understanding how the things are connected and then having an incident response plan. And I could go off for, I don't want to say hours, but I could go off for a long time talking about the importance of having an incident response plan, especially in an OT environment. But the one takeaway here, and I'll underscore it again a little later, is your IT provider is not going to be the right person for your OT incident response unless they have specific, a very specific set of skills in OT. So just keep that in mind. And you always want to have your incident response planned before the incident, because in the middle of an incident is not the time to be making phone calls and getting somebody on retainer. This next piece has to do with cross-training and alignment between the teams. And I actually have a little section on this later, so I'm not gonna go over it twice, but the whole idea of coordinating and approaching the systems holistically means we have to break down those silos and we really have to bridge the gap between IT and OT. That is our next big hurdle. And then I mentioned the resilience aspect. So aside from the security aspect, I think, we talk a lot about critical infrastructure. But even outside of critical infrastructure, we have other manufacturing and other systems that rely heavily on OT. And sometimes it's a business risk, right? It's a financial loss. There's organizations we work with that, an hour of downtime on a floor translates to millions of dollars of loss for them. So sometimes it's just purely resilience is just continuing business operations. And, sometimes it's a little more altruistic. It's, hey, we're a utilities provider and the public is counting on us, or, in healthcare. So that understanding the business and operational resilience is this whole other program and planning that gets back into documentation and diagrams, but it extends well beyond what we're doing in the realm of just OT and IT, and it starts looking at the business as a whole. So customers, vendors, even competitors, and there's lots of frameworks and plans out there. I'm not going to cover them today. And actually, some of the IANS content we've done has to do with planning resilience in OT. Um, but the ORF and other organizations have some fantastic, case studies and models out there for doing this. But I guess my point is that really we can start to kind of kill two birds or three birds or four birds with one stone as we work through these OT programs. So reference here, you'll see, some of this in the NIS 2 directive, the various executive orders we have here in the US. And of course, CISA is a big proponent of this whole, coordinated holistic strategy. We're seeing in reports that like well over half of organizations now are putting OT under the CISO's office, which is up from 16% a few years ago. That's a very steep curve up. And I know that that's probably what a lot of you guys are dealing with. So I wanted to just give you a little like dip your toe in the water kind of view if you haven't really had to work in this space yet and this is your first foray. This is a Purdue model. Now, this is based on that ISA 99 framework that I mentioned, I think, in the first couple of slides. And really all it's designed to do, and you'll see different versions of this, they'll look a little bit different, but they all kind of break into 3, 4, or 5 strata. And starting at the bottom, you've got the physical processes and the things that are more tangible from an OT perspective, moving up into the systems that are controlling those. And then as you get further up the stack, what you start to get into is things that look and feel more like IT systems. And in fact, even as we get to level 2 with those control systems, when you see things like workstations and HMI and data historians up one level, those are typically running, various flavors of Windows or maybe Linux. So it is very IT-ish in that sense. However, they're not managed, monitored, and hardened the way that we typically would on the IT side. And a lot of these things further down the stack. So let's start at level. So typically we would see like a level 3.5. When you get to level 4, you're up into the IT space, right? You're up into the IT business world. But if we start to look at levels 3 and there's this 3.5, that's not well represented in this one, but I'll show you another one in a second. We have systems that are more sensitive, but less capable. And sometime, I don't know, last year, I kind of came up with this, family Purdue model to work with people who haven't had to deal with OT to kind of explain from a personal standpoint, why we do what we do and why it looks a little weird and why we can't just, throw controls different places in the OT space. So kind of working the same way bottom up, what you have here is like that level 0, you have your most sensitive, precious little things, like babies. Although we're just going to say the baby is cute and it's sleeping and it's quiet. So therefore we like it at the moment. So all of those little things that are there that just are crown jewels that we really just can't afford something to happen to. However, they're not equipped. They're very sensitive and they're not equipped to defend themselves. And we can't just, give our 2-year-old a knife or a firearm or even a taser and let them protect themselves. It's kind of what happens in the Purdue model. It's kind of what happens in the OT environments where we have these riskier and riskier things as we get up the stack, and we have to put the right levels of segmentation and control and make sure that our sensitive little baby things down at the bottom aren't getting a hold of things that could harm them, or that somebody isn't maliciously coming in to do harm. So that's kind of what that looks like. I'm going to just peek over here and see if there's any questions. Okay, Adrian's saying, yeah, don't forget to put your comments or questions in here. This is much more fun for me if you guys are interactive and you have questions. I'm happy to answer them if I can. So this next kind of common theme is the IT playbook OT stage. So this is taking our IT strategies and our initiatives and bringing them into the OT space. And now there's nothing that precludes anybody from doing this, but I will tell you that, based on experience and what I've seen, it tends to be organizations that have hit a certain maturity on the IT side that can then take that over onto the OT side. Um, I'm not saying that's the only way to have this happen. If you have an organization that is heavily reliant on OT ICS, then it could make sense for you to, to start there. But typically it's hey, we figured this out on the IT side, and now we're going to figure out what we need to do to manipulate this to make it work in the OT environment. And as you're going to see in a second, there's a lot of differences between OT and IT. But some of the stuff we're seeing sort of trickling down into OT from IT would be zero trust strategies and zero trust architectures. And as I said, at the end of this, if there's time and the additional resources, I have a little bit more information on that. But it's not just a theoretical statement at this point. We are actually able to do this. But then we're getting into supply chain security, managing SBOM, software bills and materials, understanding where all of the different pieces, parts, components, and software is coming from in these systems. So as you can imagine, a lot of this stuff, this is not just like flip a switch and make it happen. This is going to be strategies over time to move and get from point A to point B and point B to point C. The other couple of things, quantum resistant crypto. So we are starting to see PQC roll up in here. The asterisk is, where appropriate. There's a lot of places, especially lower down in these Purdue stacks here, where it's not appropriate to just add or overlay encryption to these systems. They can be very latency sensitive. They're very real time. So if the system's not designed to do that, you don't want to just walk in and throw stuff in front of it necessarily without talking to the manufacturer. The other bullet that's missing off of here, of course, is, cloud and SaaS connected infrastructures, which we are seeing, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. But just through digital transformation programs, like we have this need to connect to cloud and SaaS infrastructures, sometimes directly from OT. And that's, typically that's not something we've modeled before. So we'll look at that in a little bit and explain, where it makes sense and how that's happening and what those little baby steps are to do that safely. This is the white paper I mentioned. This is a free download from the Cloud Security Alliance. Josh Woodruff, who's another IANS faculty, and I were lead co-authors, but a lot of people played a role in developing this guidance. So this is specifically for operational technology and ICS and implementing zero trust, and it walks through a 5-step process for that if you are going down that journey. All right. And our third sort of overarching theme is this strategy meets shop floor and going from strategy to components, which I alluded to earlier that, a lot of guidance that we've had, I feel like has been very piecemeal and or high level, not actionable, like telling me, oh, okay, go into your OT environment and implement zero trust does not help me because zero trust and micro segmentation were born out of like data center and software based technologies. As we start getting into these physical assets, things that we can't just go and load agents on, and we can't just control with software, we can't interfere with in those ways. It becomes orders of magnitude more difficult to figure out. So I love guidance that's actionable and an operator, an engineer, an architect can take it and go, okay, I know what to do with this, instead of just, hey, implement microsegmentation, implement zero trust. That doesn't work. But the other flip side of that is, can we get tactical down to the component level? Because sometimes, the crap flows downhill and sometimes the crap flows uphill. So if your component and your asset is your least capable and your most restrictive part of the system, then we have to address the component as well. Post-quantum crypto is a fantastic example. When we get into cryptography, there are points in time where we need different hardware. And this might be one of those times. So what we see is these multi-layered, I mentioned at the beginning when I talked about the ISA 62443 model, I mentioned that there's different parts of that apply to different people involved in OT ICS, that some of it was for the asset owners and operators, and some of it was for the manufacturers and OEMs. And then there's a section of it for the integrators and the people that are managing and maintaining those systems. So that's been around for a while, but it continues to evolve. And even in that 62443 set, you'll see additional guidance that's not part of the, it's part of the standard, but it's more like, here's helpful how-tos and some guidance, versus a thou shalt sort of a statement. So there's lots of that scattered around there and lots of guidance, and they continue to evolve, develop, and add to that. EU has the Cyber Resilience Act, which, I don't want to say it mimics what we're doing on Cyber Trust Mark here in the US, but we have several of these initiatives going on. The UK device security principles, where we're starting to target the manufacturers of these components and, ask them to do better. And, somebody who's worked in OT and IoT, I separate them. There's a lot of weirdness that happens in these systems, not the least of which is that we don't have a unique identity for them. So they haven't historically been coming with, mechanisms for us to have a built-in hardware-based certificate like a TPM. They don't have mechanisms for us to install certificates on them always. And this has been a big issue for us, especially for these things that are wirelessly connected. But I guess wired as well, because how do you identify something to put a policy around it? We have MAC addresses, kind of. So a MAC address is what should be a unique identifier tied to a hardware network interface. So that means that a device that has, let's say a wireless interface and a wired interface would have two MAC addresses, one for each of those interfaces. Those should be globally unique. However, first of all, they're not, because they start reusing them after some time. But also they're easily spoofable. You can the set of, free tools, you can set any, and sometimes it's built into operating systems, right? I can tell any of my devices, hey, connect with or broadcast or advertise that this is your MAC address, when it's not. So it's an assertion of identity. It's not actually a validated, authenticated identity. And this has actually been, part of the problem, both in the IoT space and in the OT space, where we need to get some type of unique identifiers, at least for the things that are further up that Purdue model, where we can, participate and use, standard connectivity that we do on the IT side. The recent Dragos report, and this was an interesting report if you haven't seen it. So they teamed up with a financial analysis firm to come up with a OT security financial risk report. And it's the first that I've seen like it. It's interesting. I think it's a good first step. But one of the things that they modeled is that the indirect losses, so when we do things like precautionary shutdowns, again, the Colonial Pipeline, I think, being a fantastic example of that, accounts for up to 70% of the breach-related losses in those scenarios. So, you can think, okay, well, here's our direct cost is, fill in the blank, but 70% of that being indirect loss brings that to an exponentially higher number as a total impact. All right, so let's talk about the specific challenges and gaps. The first is loss in translation, and it's gotten better. However, I have seen some complete rubbish put out, even by the federal government at one point. A lot of the OT stuff the policies are not written by people who have ever worked in or with an OT environment, and they don't get input from those people. So, these policies that are written by non-OT professionals, or we've taken our IT policies inside of the organization and we just roll them over to the OT side. It just doesn't work. So, one easy example is, maybe on the IT side, you have something like a user account lockout that says, okay, if you have 3 failed logins, you're done until some workflow happens, right? You have to call into the help desk, et cetera. You would never want to do that on an OT side. You would never want to lock an operator out of a system. And sometimes sometimes they're shared logins. And I know we're like, no, 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 we don't use shared logins, but it just depends on the OT system. Some of them are older, some of them don't support multiple user accounts, some of them don't tie into directories. So there's just a lot of reasons why we can't just take our list of IT policies and then dump it down onto the OT side and expect it to work. It's just not going to. I was trying to find the exact document. I actually have it in a slide deck somewhere and I couldn't find it. I think it was CISA in 2022. Somebody put out a set of OT ICS guidance. And I don't remember how many bullets they had. There were 20 some, but like 16 of them were just didn't make any sense. Things like install MDM tools on your OT assets, routinely patch them. I mean, yes, if you can, but that's not usually the answer. Removing all remote access into the OT environment, which is just you can't do that in most of these environments because the vendors that have equipment in there are the ones that are coming in remotely to monitor and maintain those systems, and that's part of their contractual obligation. And there's some systems that's how it must work, and it doesn't matter if it's manufacturing, utilities, healthcare, whatever. That is the relationship, and there are people and operators that need to come in remotely. In addition to, of course, we had, through COVID times, we had people working from home where they were not allowed to be traveling, except for emergencies. So we have this need for remote access. So long story short, there's just been so much guidance out there that's just completely unusable. And it gets to be confusing and frustrating because you don't know which ones are you supposed to follow, which ones are you not supposed to follow. You put a list of requirements in front of an IT team or an OT team, and the IT team may not even know that these things are not possible in that environment. So we'll talk about bridging that gap between IT and OT here coming up. Let's look at some of the other stats around this, and that IT has still been driving OT security. And this is one of the SANS surveys that typically you'll see so I'm looking at the top right, that the CISO is most often setting the policy for OT out of this survey group. And then over on the bottom left, when it says who in your organization was responsible for implementation of the security controls around control systems, what you see is IT manager leading the way there with the CISO's office coming in next, and then followed closely by that third of the owner or operator of that control system. So what we've seen is, even though the OT program is just starting to get more and more rolled up under the CISO's office, still we've already been seeing for years that a lot of the policy has been coming from that, because in most environments, there isn't a CISO equivalent on the OT side, right? We don't have that. Very few organizations have something like that. Now, more recently, we're starting to see them kind of, build teams and roll them together. But traditionally, the OT side has been its own little silo over here, completely separate from IT. The other challenge that we've had here is that, sometimes the guidance is too broad and too blurred. We see vendors are the worst at this, in my opinion. Like all of their marketing stuff, they're like, buy our whatever for IoT and OT. And there is some legitimacy to a subset of those vendors doing that. However, a lot of the vendors really don't understand the unique nature of OT environments, because understanding the OT environment is different than understanding an OT component. Because understanding the component is, what is this thing? What is it running? How is it connected, et cetera, as this one little thing. But understanding the environment is, what is that one little thing's role in this whole ecosystem? What are the downstream effects? What are the upstream impacts on this device? So they tend to conflate IoT and OT. And I think that's dangerous, because in IoT, we talk about agility, we talk about hyperconnectivity, we talk about all of these things that are typically the opposite of what we want in an OT environment. And so when we start looking at guidance or vendor documentation or marketing slicks that bring those two things together, my little alarm bells start to go off, because either, either there's just more to the story and they handle those two things differently and it's not reflected in the marketing guidance, or they don't actually understand what's happening in the OT environment and they think they can just lump OT into IoT. Having said that, there are a lot of blurry lines between IoT and OT. So, you start, IoT can be anything from like HVAC controls to full, building management systems, all the safety instrumentation that we see, energy distribution systems, all the stuff we think about from utilities standpoints, signaling and sensor robotics and manufacturing. So one size doesn't fit all. One of the examples, that I like to use is if we talk about a thermometer or a thermostat, something that's monitoring temperature or lighting control. Somebody might say, oh, well, that's not a big deal. If somebody, hacks or gets a hold of the HVAC system or a thermostat or a thermometer inside of something, it's not a big deal. Well, it's not a big deal unless you're maybe a hospital, or you are a manufacturer and you're storing temperature sensitive medication. You can destroy a whole case of cancer medicine with, a 5-degree variable. So it really is the context of how these different things are being used. And I do think it's important for organizations to find, definitions and taxonomies that work for them and their use cases for these different systems. Because again, those downstream and upstream impacts of these different things, it can be minor or it can be pretty major. A lighting system in a public venue, if lighting goes out in large subsets of organizations, they have to evacuate everybody and close the doors. That's just that's protocol. So there's all kinds of different weird little quirks related to that overlap between IoT and OT. And it is really crucial to understand how your organization defines them, because you could have IoT systems that are just as critical as your OT systems. But how you define those impacts is really unique to each organization. And this last challenge that we deal with has to do with bridging the culture gap. And there's a bridging the culture gap, and there's also going to be bridging, knowledge and technology gaps as well. I think one of the biggest challenges I see in organizations is, I don't want to, it's really just, it's a little bit of friction. I don't want to call it animosity. I don't want to overstate it. But there's this friction and mistrust between teams. Sometimes it's, an operational team, like like IT operations, networking, system admins, and security teams. Sometimes it's IT teams and OT teams. And I think a lot of this stems from the notion that, if you're wearing a hard hat, you're somehow less equipped or less intelligent than the IT professional or the cybersecurity professional that's trying to, secure the organization. But the OT teams and these operators are the best people to understand these systems. So bridging the culture gap, I think, takes several steps. And in that kind of like what's now and what's next, what are those 5 steps? I'm going to talk about this more. But it is critical to understand that IT and OT typically have different objectives, different experience, and different skills. And the way that tends to shake out is like this. The environments are different. The technology use and system longevity is hugely different. So on the IT side, we prize flexibility and speed. I talked about hyper, connectivity and agility with IoT systems and sensors. On the OT side, we really just need reliability and predictability. And really, frankly, on the OT side, typically safety is number one. Safety is number one. Reliability and predictability are going to be those close seconds there, that we just need the system to work. And we're going to favor availability and reliability over security sometimes. And that's just the way it's going to be. The other thing is that, depending on the type of OT system, because remember, OT can be anything from building management to utilities and power distribution, water treatment. You're talking about things that have life cycles that we count in decades. So we're not refreshing our tech every 3 to 5 years. These things are sitting there sometimes for 50 plus years as you start to get into like power distribution. So this, okay, well, that's fine. It's old. We just need to replace it. That dog don't hunt here, right? That's not going to work. The other thing is, the actions that we take. So in the IT space, we always go patch, right? Patch, 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 patch. And we talk about segmentation and we talk about constructs like, VLANs and VRFs and access control list and logical segmentations like that. When we get onto the OT side, though, really patching's not always the answer. And in fact, you're going to see a stat coming up. I'll go ahead and tell you. Based on several reports, patching is appropriate between 4 and 8% of the time. 4 and 8% of the time out of 100. And I have some stats about why that happens and why that's the case. But on the OT side, segmentation really is our key strategy. So if we kind of rewind mentally back to that Purdue model and that family Purdue model where we're talking about, we have these things at the bottom that are, sensitive little baby things that are our crown jewels. The best thing we can do is in the OT space is to just separate them and keep them away from all of the dangerous things and make it multiple hops to get to them. Our data segmentation strategy on the OT side will and should look a little bit different than the IT side. And then you get into things like asset inventory and monitoring. So what we don't want to do is just assume that an IT professional can walk onto an OT floor and start to use and run the same tools, because we'll break things. Things will break. It will be bad. So it's a lot of education between these two teams. And I think you have to build a lot of trust. So I promised I'd dig into that a little bit more later. So I'll give you some ideas coming up when we get into the takeaways section. And then the other thing is that it's getting cloudy. And we talked about digital transformation and the need for us to have, some sort of cloud and SaaS connectivity for these progression in these new programs. Now, the reference architectures, first of all, that I've shown you, like the Purdue model, were never meant to be used for security. They're really just, I only bring them up because I think it's a good tool to use for a conversation, especially between teams. It's a good way to understand how things kind of should be connected and interconnected. And it does give you a starting point for starting to understand some of the boundaries. So the 62443 model talks about zones and conduits that look a lot like just, paths and zones from a segmentation standpoint that we would have on the traditional IT side. But they weren't designed for security planning. And most of them don't have, they're 30, 40, 50 years old. The cloud wasn't a thing really then. And so what's been kind of safe in the interim has been we can egress traffic out from the OT side to whatever we need to, whatever business systems on the IT side, something consuming things up in the cloud. And that's pretty safe, right? Nothing's coming back in, where it's just unidirectional. But long term, one of the things that a lot of organizations are thinking through in each of these different sectors is we can't bubble wrap every tiny little thing down in that Purdue model indefinitely. At some point, we have to start building things that are more resilient, and we have to start addressing those component levels so that they are not as susceptible. Because when I say they're delicate, let me tell you what I mean. Some of the things further down that stack that aren't really designed to take IP traffic, or maybe they're designed to take like subsets of IP traffic. If you do something like open a session and you don't close it gracefully and then you send something else, it just tumps over. It just stops working. So these things they're very easy to break. They're very, very sensitive to, they're expecting certain types of traffic at certain times in certain sizes. And if you do anything outside of that, you're going to break parts of that system. But the flip side of this is, sometimes these are components, sensors, PLCs and things that you're not going to just walk into a legacy system and slap on your EDR agent onto, right? It's not going to work like that. So eventually, over the next, several years, decade or so, we're going to have to rethink this whole system. We're going to have to rethink our components. We're going to have to get down into those levels of manufacturing where we have things that are resilient to just even normal traffic, much less an attack. So these 5 steps for what we're doing next here. Yeah, and I see Marcus. Yeah, patching is appropriate 4 to 8% of the time. Yeah, the Dragos report showed about 4%. Some of the other reports show up to 8. So I use that 4 to 8 range. And some of that is because of so the CVEs and the data that they put in the CVEs, over the past like 3 years that they've tracked it, last year, 22% of them had errors. That's almost a quarter. Between a fifth and a quarter of them for OT, the CVE, the thing that's telling you about the vulnerability, had errors in it. So sometimes the error was that it was underscoped or overscoped. So they thought the impact was higher than it was, or it was lower than it was. But in very few cases did they actually have a patch for the CVE. Even just if we assume for a minute that those CVEs were all correct, they didn't even have patches for them. So in the OT environment, when we talk about mitigation strategies for security, we're usually talking about something that's not patching. That doesn't mean you ignore patching. If you have a patch available, you use it, especially if it's tied to a CVE or a KEV. But typically our mitigation strategies have to do with bubble wrapping that asset and controlling the traffic to and from it. So when we get down into the lower levels of the Purdue model, we talk about segment. Well, what that actually means, and I didn't want to get too far into this because I don't know what you guys are interested in hearing, but I totally geek out on this because, we talk about first segmenting OT from IT. Just first get the OT stuff separate than the IT. That's just kind of like a baby step one. But then you're not done then, because we talk about operational resilience. We talk about, cybersecurity strategies for segmentation. The next step then is to look down into the Purdue model. And I'm just using the Purdue model as an example so you can kind of bring that picture up, that map up in your head. And we start to see how can we segment and control the traffic, which does a few things for us. If we can segment those things, first of all, if one part of a line or line is impacted, we can, if we've done it properly, we can keep everything else from being impacted, and we can isolate that outage to this one little scope. So that's great from a resiliency standpoint. We can also use that if we have data path control in the right places, then we have data monitoring in the right places. So that's fantastic when you're talking about identifying an incident and then responding to an incident, because now you have that data of what was happening between these systems. So very high fidelity alerting opportunity there. And you can see very granularly what's going on, because on the OT side, if we're just putting OT in scope for a minute, forget about IT, you don't have the volume of traffic. I don't know if you guys have watched, IT traffic going through a network. It's just bananas, right? Like there's even if you have one machine and one browser tab open, the number of sessions you have going different places for different things is just completely unmanageable. But we don't have that on the OT side. You have specific protocols, you have specific things that are talking to other specific things. And so we have a lot of opportunity if we're watching that traffic, both to control the traffic if we have something in place to do that, but also to monitor that traffic and get that very high fidelity alerting. So if we get a trigger on something, we know that something bad is happening. And that's a fantastic way to use that model. So I promised you the 5 kind of next steps. The first one for me for anything is always master the basics. And I joke about this. Bryson and I have co-presented on this kind of topic several times, including RSA a year or two ago. And, he told me, he's like, I feel like we keep saying the same thing over and over again. And I said, well, that's because people, are still trying to wrap their head around the basics. And it really has to do with, I think SANS came out with the 5 critical controls for OT ICS. And I still think they're just kind of an easy gold standard to follow. That has to do with visibility, which starts with asset management, which I know it sounds boring. I know it's not all hot and sexy, but it truly, in OT environments, you can't do the things you need to do for resilience or security if you don't understand what you have and how it's connected. And that plays into the segmentation. once you understand what you have, understanding how it's connected and the data flows is critical, because that's how you're going to implement your segmentation. And in the OT space, when we talk about network devices and OT, things that can switch, things that can do routing, things that can do firewalls, we're not, when we're looking further down the stack, we're not talking about, the giant firewalls that are rack mount like you're used to seeing that cost tens of thousands of dollars. We're talking about like little boxes that are about this big, that are purpose-built devices, usually from from one of the OT manufacturers, that you can put, directly in front of that asset. So segmentation does not have to be this, complicated, expensive endeavor. And in fact, one of the things that just blows my mind is the number of, even in manufacturing, right? That example where I said, hey, if, there's some organizations we work with that if they're down for an hour, their losses are in the millions with an M. They'll spend gazillions of dollars building a manufacturing facility somewhere. They'll spend millions of dollars on all of the manufacturing line and robotics and all this other stuff. And then when it comes down to spending, $80 to $500 on little pieces of things to segment to give them that resilience or security, they don't want to do it. And it just completely blows my mind, especially for, in the private sector for manufacturing, because, that is such a huge ROI. If something happens, that little tiny, $200 thing could save your bacon, and the tune of millions, is unbelievable that they don't want to do that. But this is the world we're living in, right? So we're just trying to educate. That next bullet has to do with vulnerability management, and back to sometimes that's patching, but usually it's not. I'll just keep harping on that. Managing vulnerabilities might be other mitigation strategies. It might be putting some other, traffic filtering in front of something. It might be further segmenting an asset. And then the OT ICS specific incident response plan is just crucial. And I don't think we can harp on this enough. The other thing is, if I roll back to that financial impact report that I referenced earlier, the interesting thing about that was they found in their models, the financial analysis organization that created this, they found in their model that out of these 5 SANS critical controls for OT, and minor, these are kind of the same, but they're represented a little bit differently than how they represent them. But these are the 5 that if you did an incident response plan, that was the number one biggest impact and mitigation on financial loss. And at first I was like, I don't know if that makes sense. And then I started thinking about it. And then I think it does make sense, because my knee-jerk reaction was, well, vulnerability management, I think, might be number one. But the reality is, if you have an incident response plan, you probably have pretty good visibility in asset management. You probably have a pretty good idea of how the things are connected. And therefore, you would have had an opportunity for better segmentation and vulnerability management. And then secure remote access is that 5th one. It's highlighted as MFA here, but whatever that needs to look like for secure remote access, because that was one of the other, challenges we saw through COVID times of everybody just had to figure something out quickly. They did the best that they could do. And they just all spun up, random desktop sharing apps on different systems that probably should not have had them. But the OT specific incident response plan was the number one thing there. And I do think that's an interesting stat. A few other interesting stats here related to OT asset inventory. And I've mentioned, I've sat on a few task forces for different things, and the asset inventory conversations always amaze me. It's a fantastic learning opportunity, but we're looking at just over half that actually have a formal OT inventory program. And then you start to look at these other numbers. Now, these are surveys, so keep that in mind. I think we tend to overstate our capabilities sometimes, or overestimate our capabilities. So this middle number of the percent that claim 100% coverage with inventory being 25, I kind of find that hard to believe. I have yet to really walk into an organization and see a full 100% inventory. It's just hard. That's almost almost not possible. And then that last stat, 34% have less than half of the OT assets inventoried. So a third of them have less than half inventoried. That makes a little more sense to me, and that's a little more in line with what I've seen. But regardless of how you interpret these numbers, I think it kind of proves the point that we still don't have the basics down yet. And sometimes that's a limitation of knowledge. Sometimes it's a limitation of tooling. Sometimes it's a limitation of budget. But I think the ask here is, we're starting to ask, professionals and organizations to rethink the strategy a little bit and understand that we can, reduce the impact pretty greatly if we do a little bit of planning up front and architecture. I think one of the drums I beat all the time is, I think we've gotten, especially on the IT side, we've gotten in this mode where we deploy products. We deploy and we configure products. We don't architect solutions. And if you've worked in this space, you think you'll probably follow along with what I mean. Like you get in and you configure whatever it is that you've been tasked with configuring, and you integrate it with, maybe an IDP or something else. But we're not stepping back and looking at the whole picture of the whole architecture. Where is the data going? Where is it coming from? What type of data? Who cares? How is it labeled? Is it sensitive? We don't architect solutions anymore, and it's just it's a little bit sad. But let's talk about these last 4 pieces here. So the automate and innovate, and this comes into rolling in a few different things. So building an automation strategy as much as possible. Again, understanding that some of the parts of the environment and the assets we're talking about are decades old. So you're going to hit limits about what you can do. And, we understand that the answer isn't, oh, we'll just go replace everything right now. So this is something you just start to look forward to, but you do have to be forward looking towards it and understand what are the strategies you need to implement? How does that impact your procurement? How does it impact the partners that you're working with? But some of the ways that it makes sense to automate are things like real-time asset management. So when you start getting into zero trust strategies, we recommend that you are not only doing asset management, but you are doing it dynamically and as close to real time as possible. So, I've worked in organizations where asset management was on index cards, written on paper. And that's better than nothing. But if we can get to a place where everything's digital and it's dynamic because we have tooling in place that's identifying and connecting into various systems that pulls that data in, that's a better place to be. We can also use automation to enhance monitoring and alerting. So I mentioned that if we have, visibility into those different data paths, we have lots of opportunity to get visibility into those data flows going. And the more further down that stack, the more granular visibility we have. But if we don't have stuff down the stack, but we have it aggregated up somewhere centrally, then we can at least use some automation to tease that out and filter that out appropriately. The next one is dynamically segmenting assets and workloads based on zero trust principles. And that's really most of the asterisk is, I'm not talking about throwing a zero trust agent down on a PLC. But we are in a place where we do have a lot of traditional operating systems floating as we get, levels 2 and up. And as we start to integrate with things in the cloud and SaaS, we will have an opportunity to leverage some of these, software or agent-based technologies to segment these workflows, whether it's, within that infrastructure or in the infrastructure that's being contacted up in the cloud. So that's the asterisk. And then prioritizing vulnerability management actions. So I think this is like struggle 101 for IT as well, is how do we prioritize and contextualize when we have just, CVEs coming out the hoo-ha here. So that's a fantastic use of automation as well as enriching, your response and your recovery efforts. And then the last one really has to do, the last bullet here, with, leveraging cloud and SaaS when appropriate. That's part of that innovation stage when we're talking about digital transformation. Can we send telemetry up into another system to get better business intelligence that's going to feed back down and make better decisions faster? So related to asset inventory, I mentioned that joint guidance, and again, it's linked a few places, it's linked in here as well, that joint guidance that they came out with kind of identified 14 high priority attributes for OT specific assets, including, how critical that thing is to the rest of the system. How is it connected? What protocols is it using? And then, where is it? That was the document I dragged over and showed you guys earlier. It's linked a few places, so definitely recommend grabbing that. The educate and elevate is number 3. This is where we start talking about bringing together the IT and the OT teams through cross-training. So the thing I've seen work best here is a persistent cross-functional peer-based team. So what I mean by that, persistent is in it's not a task force that comes in and does something and then dissolves back. It lives persistently as a team. Cross-functional, you get people from both sides or multiple sides if you need IT, security, and then OT as well. Well, whatever you need in there, right? And then it needs to be peer-based, meaning everybody needs to have an equal responsibility and authority in this. So you don't want, you don't want IT or cybersecurity teams or leaders coming in and kind of talking down to the rest of the contributors. It's going to be crucial. Again, your OT operators are the best people to explain to you what's going on in those systems. Your IT people won't be able to do it. Your cybersecurity people coming from the IT side won't be able to do it. Those are your best assets, and they are just as important as the rest of your teams are. So persistent, cross-functional, peer-based is really, I think, the way to go if you can handle it. Now, I know some organizations can't, or they feel like they can't dedicate those headcounts to that. But even if it's somebody, even if those people stay in their normal job roles and they dedicate some, amount of time each week to this cross-functional team, that team can stay intact for the duration, right? Worst case, you build a task force to at least get stuff up and going. But your goal here is to teach IT about OT and OT about IT and everybody about cybersecurity so that everybody's kind of on the same page with things. I think job shadowing and task shadowing, ride-alongs, that type of thing is fantastic. Get a cybersecurity and IT person to throw on that hard hat and walk through the floor with the operator. Understand how the HMIs are working. Understand what happens when a vendor comes in and needs to update something and what that workflow looks like and what the barriers are. That's huge. Now, here's that stat that I already kind of gave you a spoiler about earlier from the Dragos report that patching is appropriate only about 4% of the time. And I gave you 4 to 8 because it really depends on whose report you're looking at. So takeaway number 4 really is to rally around the mission. And so if you think back to that comparison that I gave you with IT versus OT, where IT was on the left and OT was on the right, and we kind of looked at like what was different. Their objectives are fundamentally different, and how they get there is fundamentally different. But the mission of the organization and the mission of everybody coming together should be the same. They should all be working towards the same end goal as a holistic view, right? The business needs to accomplish this, and this is where we need to go. Each of those teams are going to play their separate role in getting the organization there. But I think focusing on the overall mission of the organization versus just very tactical objectives is what you need to kind of bring everybody together, get them marching in the same direction, and let them do different things different ways, but have that all aligned towards the central mission. And that's crucial. The last of the 5 is about the holistic approach, that you really can't tackle this. And again, that doesn't mean integrating and removing segmentation. You want to keep things segmented, but it has to do with approaching this all as a whole system. And this plays back into the resilience conversation. It plays into the security conversation. And it treats everybody equally. So, back to bridging the gap here, you want to make sure that your teams are integrated in some way, whatever that means inside of your organization. Your teams are somehow integrated. The strategy is integrated, and your planning, especially for incident response, is integrated, and that everybody understands what they're doing. Now, the things that we would say don't integrate, right? When we talk about, and I just want to be clear on this, when we talk about integrating teams and integrating this and integrating that, from a technical standpoint, we would say separate, separate, separate. And separate, separate, separate means things like, not using a shared Active Directory structure, not using shared accounts that are viable in both of those environments. So even if you have one user that's serving double duty and working in the IT side and the OT side, that user should have separate credentials for each of those, and they should be coming off of a different IDP. So that's kind of what we mean. And I just want to add the caveat, because I think we keep saying, integrate, holistic, but what we don't mean is bring those sensitive OT things all up into the IT side and put them at risk. We can't do that until we have OT systems that are less susceptible and less sensitive to all of the things we've been talking about. So I'm going to pop over and see if there are questions before I get into the last little bit here. Okay. All right. So the last pieces with the additional resources that I promised. The 5-step roadmap for zero trust. You'll see this a few different places. The 5 steps originally came out of InStack report. They are used throughout all of the Cloud Security Alliance zero trust documentation, including the one that I mentioned that Josh and I co-authored that was for critical infrastructure. And let me just talk you through each of these 5 pieces, because I think when you start to break it down like this, it becomes manageable. The defining the protect surface really has to do with that whole asset inventory, understanding what you have to start with. And if you think back to that sort of Purdue model as a way to chunk it up, you can work with your operators to understand, how to categorize those pieces, and then build them into different sectors and geographies. The next is mapping transaction flows, which is critical to both that resilience and the cybersecurity piece and incident response. When you map the transaction flows, you understand what should be communicating to what, and over what ports and protocols, and you can get as granular as you want to. So that's how. Now, this could be on-prem, it could be something up into the cloud, whatever this looks like. When you map the transaction flows, you know exactly every piece of data that should be going from point A to point B, which then lets you build the zero trust architecture, which is where are we going to put places to monitor, and where are we going to put enforcements for access and flow, right? So where are we going to control and filter traffic, block traffic, allow traffic? And then by virtue of doing that, we can typically use those as monitoring points as well, which I mentioned earlier. Then the creating the zero trust policy is how can we, now this gets a little tenuous when we get into the OT space, because this is talking about creating and enforcing dynamically and tightly scoped access policies with least privilege, which is ideal. But when we talk about the OT space, little baby steps are better than nothing. So it might not be that it's a dynamic, tightly scoped, least privileged access. It might just start with, policy statements that honor the inputs that you're putting in from steps 1 through 3 of who should have access to what and when, et cetera. And you might not want to get too crafty starting out of the gate, because again, remember that availability is king. Safety and availability is king when we talk about OT. So the first thing we don't want to do is cut something off that shouldn't be cut off from an access perspective. But as the environment matures, you can start to tune these a little more once the system is in place, and you can get more granular. And then that last is monitor and maintain. And that's just all of the normal care and feeding that goes along with the system. So the logging and alerting, acting on threat intelligence, and then everything related to vulnerability management and incident response falls under that bucket at number 5. So when you chunk it down like that, you can start to see that even if you do it for pieces of the environment, and you start with something, eat what they say, eat the elephant one bite at a time. So, cut up the elephant, take a leg, I don't know, maybe a trunk. I don't know what tastes tasty on an elephant, but, start with one piece of it and then work through the process. And then as you do it, you'll start to, it'll get more familiar. It'll start to go faster. And then you'll start to notice that there are some consistencies in the architectures and the policies. So if you have, if you have different types of manufacturing facilities or different types of fill in the blank, it may be that they tend to fall into 3 to 5 different primary types, and you can start to figure out what those 3 to 5 look like and then model everything else after that, because everything's not just cookie cutter. And then the last bit has to do with the other resources. So I've got a few slides here for you guys that have links in them. IANS has a ton of content around zero trust, around critical infrastructure, OT, ICS, and a gazillion other topics. AI is certainly very hot right now, and a lot of our faculty are focusing on assets related to that. We do Ask an Expert calls and write-ups. So that's the calls are where you talk to one of us for a half hour or an hour. The write-ups are a similar thing, but we give you a written piece of paper. The vendor assessment community is fantastic. It's faculty, those of us that are actually implementing the solutions, providing some input into different products and when to consider them, pros and cons and comparisons. The Security Academy has both live and on-demand training. I do some training for IANS there. All sorts of stuff from vulnerability management to threat modeling to AI to leadership and team building. They also have live and online events that come in the form of webinars, forums, symposiums, and CISO roundtables. And then now there's a new Ask IANS AI-powered chatbot that's pretty cool. So lots of resources there. If you're already an IANS customer, if you're not, you should definitely check it out.
And then we have a couple questions.
Okay. Oh, sorry about that. Can you discuss more on why patching levels are so low compared to IT common practices? Yeah, absolutely. So what I was kind of talking about at the beginning is the teams that are doing analysis around the CVEs that are coming out for OT devices have found that, close to a quarter of them are already inaccurate. The CVE data is inaccurate. And only a subset of those even have patches to go with them. So that 4 to 8% is because most times there's not a patch. They just say, good luck. And so our mitigation strategy and our vulnerability management then really comes down to putting some other control in front of that. So that's filtering traffic, putting it behind something else, putting it somewhere where that an attacker or malicious traffic or data can't get to it. That's really the only thing we can do at that point, is additional traffic filtering. And then there's a question around baselining. So we can build a road to a zero trust resources. Yeah. I think baselining in any infrastructure is hard. Any environment is hard. I do think it's a little bit easier in OT just because I mentioned we have less things, less traffic really to deal with there. So we have a better opportunity to understand what normal looks like, especially if I back up here, especially if we've worked through this process, because if we understand what we have and we understand what it should be talking to, that's steps 1 and 2, we're in a really good position to understand what does not normal look like at that point. And now this is where you get into, if you have the right monitoring points within the environment, can you get that telemetry to something that has the intelligence to flag and to trigger on that? Because, in less mature or kind of legacy environments, what you see is, a lot of this stuff out in the field, and it's not being monitored in any meaningful way. And so if and when something happens, first of all, you may not know until there's a problem, right? Until something breaks enough that it flags a problem. Unless you have some fault tolerances built in for early warning. But so you don't know until there's a problem. And then you may not know the full impact of that problem or the cause of it. Was it malicious? Was it operator or user error? I think in one of the reports with incident response for OT, the team said, hey, there was some ransomware was the first tier, like the first category of things they responded to. Operator errors were the second, right? But you don't know unless you're monitoring it. So this is that 5-step roadmap. And I think as you get through the process, and again, to answer that question about, baselining, you don't have to boil the ocean. If you can just, try to focus on one area that you can wrap your mind around and wrap your head around, and work through this process in a small section, that will arm you with what you need, right? And flex that muscle and build it for the next one. And then, like I said, as you do that and you repeat it, you'll see patterns. You'll notice patterns, and that this one looks like this one, which looks like that one. And maybe there's 2, 3, 4, 5 different versions of that. So the resources though, for this, to answer that part of the question, The Cloud Security Alliance document that I mentioned that steps through zero trust for critical infrastructure and OT. That's actually the first link right here. This little guy. Check that out. The next one is that asset inventory document that I mentioned. And that's the one I pulled over and showed you guys. That's a joint effort, agencies within the US, Australia, Canada, Germany. Several of them got together and put that out. It is very actionable. I like it a lot. There are some other kind of higher level documents. So if you're looking for something more executive level, I would say Principles of Operational Technology, another joint guidance by several of the same agencies as the other one. They put that out last year, and these things are like in the 10-page range, right? They're not hundreds of pages. You're not going to have to, commit a whole weekend to reading them or anything. The SANS top 5 critical controls, I think, are another, easy one to get to. It's 5 things. Now understanding that each of those 5 things have multiple steps, but if you get there, you're in a fantastic place. And then the 62443 models that I mentioned have standards for operators and asset owners, as well as manufacturers and then integrators. So those are the general guidance here. Coming out soon, there's a couple of, so Fortinet, Dragos, and others have OT cybersecurity reports that are pretty good. I'm going to go to US and then come back to EU. So I mentioned our executive orders. We had 14144 come out at the end of the Biden administration. It was amended by the Trump administration just a few months ago. So we'll see how that shakes out. The other thing that's going to be really cool here related to especially zero trust is the Pentagon is due out with some zero trust guidance for IoT and OT any day. They said September 2025. It's September 2025. So we're expecting that. The thing I didn't mention is the CERCIA rule that was, it was written in 2022, and they keep pushing the deadline out. So we'll see how that shakes out. They've kicked the ball down to May of next year. I didn't dive into that because I'm not sure what that's going to shake out to look like. But those are your main resources. I did want to back up to the EU stuff. So I mentioned we have a new version of NIS. So we've got NIS 2 for all of the 27 EU member states. So they're all each, there's that directive, and they each make their own policy that's enforceable within their boundaries. And then the UK came up with their cybersecurity and resilience bill. So you'll see common themes between what CISA and the DoD and EU and the UK are doing. And then in other parts of the world, it's just kind of impossible to cover the global aspect of this in an hour and a half. But we see similar initiatives coming out of APAC and other regions. But this is a fantastic way to, I think, just kind of compare and make sure that we're seeing the common themes and the common threads throughout each of these and pulling them together so that when we create a strategy, we're not creating a strategy blindly walking towards, one signpost or one light. We're creating something that's going to be a little more prevalent and be able to withstand, the test of the various geographies that we have here.
We have about 5 minutes, Jennifer, until the end of the session. We actually don't have anyone to spin the prize wheel for because the comments were kind of late.
Okay.
The winner will be Marcus Seilar.
Okay.
So Marcus, we will put an email in the comment section right now. You can either email them or we'll get your contact information from the SICE people and mail you out your prize. So any last minute questions for JJ here? All right. Well, JJ, thank you so much. Really appreciate all the work that you put into the presentation. I think it was very insightful, and I hope others found it to be insightful as well.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Adrian.
Bye.
Well, Adrian, I know we've got a few minutes before the official start time for the Scythe demo. I think that's queued up now. And I'm going to do my, I'll just start a few minutes early and get this going. And then we'll get queued up for your next session here at quarter after. Let me just share my screen quickly.
Mark, I couldn't figure out how to highlight the questions for her. I don't have that option, I don't think.
I can certainly look at the permissions after I do this demo, and
Okay.
we can do that. Yep.
The only thing I could do is do an emoji.
Okay. We'll look into that. All right. So for those of you on, let me share my screen here. And let's make sure that this is now presenting, which it is. Okay. So I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes or so just talking a little bit about Scythe throughout the 3 tracks. There are going to be small 10 to 15-minute demos of some of the different technology partners that sponsored the event today. We'll have sessions from Vanish ID and Exona, along with Nuclear Security and Scythe. And I'm going to kick it off today with kind of the first demo and just talk a little bit about what Scythe does. We are a adversarial exposure validation platform, or in the past, we were considered a breach and attack simulation platform. But ultimately, what we do is we help organizations simulate or emulate different types of threats that they want to actually then verify their overall security posture. And we can do that really one of 3 ways. We can emulate different types of threats that could be, representative of a phishing attack or insider threats or ransomware. Or we could create different types of conditions to verify the effectiveness of your deployed security controls. Or we could help basically do this in a collaborative way through a purple team or a tabletop exercise. Now, if you look at the Scythe platform, we've tried to make it very easy for organizations to break down this type of work into the functional areas they're looking to address. In many cases, you may want to test your preventative controls, your firewall, your access controls, to make sure that it's difficult for people to get into your organization. You may want to go and run certain types of tests that will look at the overall effectiveness of your detective controls. And this is, for organizations that have a EDR or SIM deployed, making sure that the rules and the detections they've deployed are in fact able to identify malicious or adversarial behavior, so that you can, maybe create an alarm, maybe you block, but you take some action from those detections. You may also want to test out your corrective controls. If you go through some sort of action where you're detecting ransomware, ideally you'd want to be able to detect it and then put measures in place where you are making sure things are backed up, making sure that you can actually go through your recovery measures and so on. And in many cases, you want to make sure that your email security is working, right? The worst thing in the world is to have an adversary send a malicious email, it get through your email filters, and someone in the organization unfortunately clicks on a file that has malicious intent associated with it, and someone gets into your organization. So at the top row here, our focus really is helping people with different types of test cases that will help you measure all of the various aspects of your deployed security controls. In the second row, we've got functionality to help you with a number of different types of things. And I want to first start with threat preparedness. This is a set of tests that Scythe has created that will allow you to measure your overall ability to block and detect different types of attacks that your organization may face. That could be insider threat, it could be ransomware, it could be phishingware, it could be malware that's come through email. But you want to be able to have some baseline measure. And again, I know there was some really good questions with JJ's sessions about baselining. In many ways, cyber teams need to have a baseline to understand how prepared are they for different types of cyber attacks, whether it be, as I mentioned, phishing, ransomware, insider threat. We provide test cases that will give you a score that will help assess your organization's ability to block those types of tests and attacks. You also have the ability to emulate very specific MITRE tactics and techniques and procedures, better known as TTPs. So if you're interested, for instance, you've deployed some new hardware in your environment to help you block things. Maybe it's for exfiltration, maybe it's for firewalls. You have the ability to go and run very specific tests that look at those very, very unique procedures that an adversary may be using. A really good example is if you've just deployed a number of new controls in detections that should block a ransomware attack from discovering your assets and your network architecture. You may want to go through and look at all of the system remote discovery excuse me, capabilities and procedures that an adversary may use so that you can block and check those. You may also want to emulate a full-on multi-stage adversarial threat campaign, like a full ransomware attack, something like from Scattered Spider or Black Basta or Conti. Maybe you want to emulate advanced persistence threats from Iran, China, Russia, from other nation states. All of those are possible here by emulating specific adversarial threats. Now, all of this is dependent on having the test cases generated so that you have the ability to emulate a specific adversarial group or a specific type of attack, or to verify the detections or the configurations you deployed in your security controls. And that's really where a lot of teams may struggle. Excuse me. Scythe does a lot of that for most organizations. We've got over 1,500 different pre-built tests that I'll show you guys in a few minutes. But one of the things we've recently added in our Scythe 5.0 version is the ability to automatically create your attack sequences or your test cases using AI. We've been working with the US government to develop a private LLM that would allow teams the ability to automatically or dynamically create different types of tests based on your test objectives, based on your network architecture, based on your deployed security tooling and vendor profiles, based on the adversaries in the profiles around those adversaries that you want to emulate. If you feed in that information into this private LLM, we will then return back one or multiple tests that will make up, your test plan that you need to run from beginning to end to have confidence that you've got good coverage and really good awareness about where you've got potential exposures, where you've got adequate coverage, and where you've got really solid coverage. And this is something that will, I think, be game-changing for most organizations, because now you have the power of AI to go through and analyze all of the information that you care about, which is, what am I trying to accomplish with this particular test plan? Feeding it the information about your specific network environment, your endpoints, and the deployed security controls, so that you can build a comprehensive set of test cases that are going to be needed to verify that. This is going to be, I think, game-changing, and we're really excited for more and more people to use this. Moving on, we also have test cases that will help you verify your level of compliance to a security standard. We really focus here around cyber hygiene, but a big component of that is if you want to comply with ISO 27001, or you want to comply with CIS benchmarks, or you want to comply with other security standards, DISA-STIG, and so on, we have tests that you can run that will give you a good level of insights about where you've got gaps in your benchmarks and controls that you need to deploy so that you've got better coverage and in control over your environment around a very specific security standard. We also have the ability, as I mentioned at the beginning of this, to help teams facilitate tabletops and purple team exercises. The platform has a number of built-in functions and features that will allow you to not only emulate a very specific a threat or a very specific attack. We have the functionality that you need to document all of your tabletop objectives, to document the actions that are going to be taken during that tabletop, and then be able to capture all of the outcomes. And that is all unified directly within the Scythe platform so that you can generate the necessary reports, provide people follow-on actions that they need to take to mitigate any of the exposures and risk that were found during the tabletop, as well as documentation that's going to be needed to document any process or cybersecurity documentation issues that you may have in the team. And that's one of the beautiful things is it's, when you look at Scythe, we're used a lot of times by red and blue teams to verify threats and controls. But by going through a purple team exercise, you have the ability to verify your process, where you may have process breakdowns. You have the ability to verify the documentation that's going to be used by the various teams during an incident. But you also can use this as a really good learning exercise to train people on how to behave, what they need to do during different types of attacks that your organization may face. We also have the ability to help CTI groups to operationalize that CTI, to demonstrate it, to emulate that, so that when they're actually building out CTI that they want their detection engineers to focus on, they can encapsulate that directly within an attack sequence, show what it means, how it behaves, so that the detection engineers and the teams responsible for the SOC have a model they can go on that they can then use as a test to ensure that everything they build out, excuse me, is in fact working as they expect, and they've got good coverage of that new threat. And then last but not least, we give people the ability to create custom tests, custom test plans, and all of the additional things they would need to drive the rest of this. And that's in theory what Scythe is. It's an advanced testing platform that's going to help teams emulate specific types of threats to understand the potential impact to an organization, to run test cases to verify the efficacy of their deployed security tools and security stack, and facilitate and orchestrate purple team exercise to help organizations go through and learn together, but really understand and optimize the security processes they've deployed within the organization. Now, as I mentioned, we do have a very large threat library. It's going to make me log back in. Sorry, I took too long. Let me log back in here. We have a very large test library. Literally, there's over 1,500 different unique tests. The content we create is updated on a very regular basis. Some things are updated weekly, some things monthly. But ultimately, we've got test cases and content that's going to help you verify security standard compliance, to understand various MITRE attack TTPs, to understand different types of threat actors. And you'll see a lot of them here. There's a number of advanced persistent threats. APT 33 was a recent one that we updated. This is an Iranian threat actor. And then all of the necessary content you're going to need to verify your DLP or your EDR, your SIM, your logging technologies, your firewalls, and so on. The other thing that we've tried to make sure is that all of the content is highly documented, so that if you have a question about what a particular piece of emulation content does, you can simply bring up the content that goes with it. We'll provide the normal diamond model that will give you a good understanding of the infrastructure, network, hashes. It'll give you a good understanding of the common victims, countries that the threat actor traditionally participates in, the industries that they're focused on, and their capabilities, which is really important to understand what this particular group is doing when it comes to scattered spider or Conti, Black Basta, Alpha V, and so on and so on. But we then go through and provide all of the documentation about the emulation or the test plan, what it's going to be doing. We'll provide all of the content about the necessary behaviors that you're going to see when that is run, what you can expect, the cleanup steps that we'll actually provide as part of that test case. So when you run our content, all of our content is designed to be able to emulate these adversarial behaviors, but be production safe, meaning that we are not going to encrypt or exfiltrate any of your live systems. We'll bring our own content, and at the end of those tests, we'll clean everything up so there's nothing laying, left around. In many cases, you may want content left around so your teams can go out and do some threat hunting. You can easily take that out of and customize the content we provide, so you can either leave it in or take it out based on the objectives of what you're trying to do. We provide a full emulation attack path so that you can look at what is going on from beginning to end and all the various procedures that are going to be run. And then provide help if you want to manually run some of these things on a system command prompt that you may want to be able to see. If let's say you're a detection engineer and you're debugging some particular test case that's not working quite right, you have all of that information for you to go through that one by one. And then most importantly, we provide all of our recommended detections that should be deployed, and we do that using Sigma rules that give people really good portability of not only understand what detection should be deployed in your environment, whether it's your EDR, your SIM, or other technologies, but we do it using Sigma rules so that it's very easy for you to deploy to CrowdStrike or SentinelOne or Microsoft Defender or Splunk or Microsoft Sentinel or Google Chronicle. You have that ability to easily be able to take our recommendations and then through translators get these into the appropriate tools that you deployed in your environment. So that's a quick trip with Scythe. If you do have other questions or comments on how you could use this in the OT environment or an IT environment, you can certainly visit, you can visit us directly at scythe.io, and that will, give you the ability to come and learn more about what we do and how we're used. And with that, I'll kind of wrap up my session. I know it's 15 after. I will bring Molly to the stage. Are you there, Molly?
Hi, Mark. I am. I think we have another sponsored demo coming up at 1:15.
Okay. We do.
I can't get in either.
With Exona. And let me just make sure where the presenter's at. Right. So we should have Gabe Diaz. Let me just see where Gabe's at. Gabe will be here in just 1 minute, Molly. He's just finishing up another session. So during that time, anything you want to add from the previous session from JJ? I thought it was a pretty enlightening session about what teams need to be doing to help them with, I guess, building a roadmap for more secure OT environments. It's an area that certainly Scythe, we participate in a lot, given our platform supports both IT and OT. But anything else you want to add? Maybe talk a little bit about some of the upcoming IANS sessions after Gabe is done.
Yeah, that's great. We have a couple of sessions coming up after Gabe is done with his session. We have got Molly Breen coming up at 1:30, looking at AI automation. Obviously a hot topic. Then we also have Steve Martano and IANS' own Nick Hekalowski coming up at 3:15 to talk about the CISO role in manufacturing specifically. So some good sessions coming up. I know we have some good stuff coming up with Gabe and Vanish ID too as well. So
yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to some of the afternoon sessions with the IANS faculty teams. It's very fascinating, and it's interesting because the IANS faculty has a unique position. They're not really working at a specific organization. They get visibility across multiple organizations, providing that advisory capability, which I think is always awesome in what they're able to do. So we've got Gabe here. Let me bring Gabe on, Molly. I'll get Gabe rolling, and I will bring you back at the bottom of the hour.
Perfect. Awesome. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Molly. Hey, Gabe, how you doing?
Doing good, Mark. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you as well. I will let you share your screen and kick off and talk a little bit more about Axona and what you guys do. And I'm looking forward to learning more as well.
Awesome. So give me 1 second while I figure out what screen I'm going to use here. So I'm going to go to share. I know we got 15 minutes, so there's going to be a lot of features and stuff like that I'm not going to be able to cover. But hopefully this is valuable to everyone that's on the call.
Awesome.
But again, Gabe Diaz, Senior Solutions Architect for Zona Systems. On my screen here, what I'm sharing is going to be an admin view on my left-hand side, a typical user or let's say less privileged user, third-party vendor kind of scenario on the right-hand side. So from a user standpoint, just going to open up a browser. I like using Chrome. I'm going to navigate to a URL. How we route users to that URL, completely up to the clients at this point. We've been deployed behind multiple layers of edge solutions, so reverse proxies, firewalls being just natted on the internet. There's a lot of options that we can validate. We've used identity provider portals. Regardless of the edge solution, we will work behind that scenario. Again, users just going to leverage their identity. I'm going to be leveraging my Enter ID here. Obviously, since I'm logged into my Teams, my Outlook, it already validated my token, and I log into this platform on a daily basis, so it's not enforcing my two-factor at this moment. But if this was the first time logging in, I would have got a push notification from Microsoft Authenticator. I would probably have to validate a number of sorts. For this specific user, it's a user that I've created on our platform here. So I'm going to go ahead and log in with my password. We are enforcing two-factor authentication for local users as well as LDAP users, which is really cool because if you don't have two-factor authentication for LDAP environments, we're a perfect solution that you could just drag and drop on top of it. And then we enforce either TOTP or WebAuthn. So WebAuthn are going to be your hardware tokens like your Yubico YubiKeys, Talisi tokens, Hirsch tokens. Anything that's FIDO2 compliant will work with our platform. And then TOTP is time-based one-time password. Microsoft Authenticator, Google Authenticator, Okta, Duo, whatever you choose, as long as the time is accurate, will work. So I'm going to go and use my hardware token here. Just going to require me to validate that I'm the person at the site or at the machine that's being logged into. Two different screens, two different views, just because I wanted to show you guys the flexibility here. The dashboard is a dynamic view for all users to be able to just log into the previous equipment that they've logged into, so they can get in, get their work done, and then get out, right? That's the motto. A lot of the users are just going to focus here on the connection management screen. And as you can see from the administrator point of view, I have tons of pieces of equipment here that I can access. This user, I wanted to segment access. I wanted to segment their view. I wanted to give them access to the platform, but not give them access to every asset that's in the platform, right? We want to give them just whatever they need to do to get their job done. And then their permissions are going to be different. So if we look at this engineering workstation here per se, I have access to this exact same workstation, and I can quickly connect to it. This user has to request access. So there's a piece of control that we added to this specific piece of equipment. It could be for sensitive assets inside our environment or critical pieces of equipment inside our environment. Either way, it gives us the ability to add an additional control, which is a just-in-time approval. I can associate this comment with a ticket if I wanted to associate it with like a ServiceNow, or I can associate a user that gave me access to it. I'm going to say Rourke gave me access to this particular piece of equipment during this time. I'm logged into the dashboard here, so I got the notification on my approvals tab. I'm going to open up multiple pieces of equipment through multiple tabs here, so I don't lose my spot. Very, very flexible from an administrative point of view. I can also tie in approvals to SMTP servers or even log forwarding capabilities to like Splunk Elasticsearch to create dashboards for these notifications. Either way, it gives me the ability to impose certain controls on the assets that I'm trying to govern. So this is going to give me the ability to, one, either pick up the phone and just validate the user's identity here on this box. So I can just say, hey, test user, why are you logging in? It's midnight. You shouldn't be on, trying to connect, right? Number two would be, there could be not a change window in effect inside this environment, right? A lot of the breaches or outages that we've seen in OT environments have been done because a third-party vendor made a configuration change on an asset, and it shouldn't have been warranted. So this gives us the ability to validate that there's a change window in effect or there's downtime scheduled. We want to validate that it's safe for this user to make changes to this environment. And then lastly, safety and reliability of the users at the site, right? So we have big pieces of machinery at some of these OT sites. We want to be able to make sure that it's safe for the user, the remote user, to log into this piece of equipment without injuring or affecting the user on site. So that gives us this ability to do so. I'm going to go ahead and approve this user's request regardless. And then from a user standpoint, I'm going to get notified that I can connect to it. Now I can open up all of these assets that I have access to at the same time. I'm going to go to request access to this piece of equipment. I'm not going to put a comment in here. This actual SCL switch, I'm going to go ahead and approve. And as an administrator, I made a mistake because this is tied to a window of opportunity. This SCL switch has is tied to time-based access controls. So even though I made a mistake as an administrator, gave access to a user, once this user tries to connect to this piece of equipment, because it's tied to a window of opportunity, we're going to enforce that time-based access control. So even though I made a mistake as an admin, the time-based access controls are here to save me. So this user can only log in on the weekend, which is weird. I did this on purpose, right? I just wanted to show that even though I made a mistake, I can still enforce windows of opportunity for these specific types of assets. So we're going to enforce that. This user's, even though we gave them access, not going to connect to that particular piece of equipment. The other assets this user has access to can connect to it. So I'm going to connect to this engineering workstation again. I believe I was just logged into it, so it's asking me to kind of punt another user off of it, which I can do so. Really quickly, I wanted to show you guys something. When I connected to that piece of equipment, I don't have to enter a password as the technician here. I can't even see the details of this asset. So even though I have access to it, I can't see what user account I'm using or any of the credentials. So when we built out this connection, we gave it a name, put an IP address. We can obviously use host name if we wanted to, but we also vaulted credentials in here. So this user account is automatically being passed through. So when this user connects, it doesn't have to enter a username and password. So we can leverage shared credentials in here, but we can also enforce and validate named user account actions to this shared credential, which is very, very important because when this user connected, we're recording everything that user is doing. So even though we're using a shared credential, I can go back and still associate his actions to that test user one account through that name, through that named administrator account. So we could still associate their actions with that recording. I can also, if I wanted to, from this action, I can go to the active sessions and see that this user is connected here. I can monitor and see what this user is doing in real time. So a little notification is going to pop up here for this specific user. We're going to notify this user we're peering over their shoulder. I can disable this notification so it doesn't have to happen at all. But either way, I can monitor and see what this user is doing in real time. Now, I was just at a different demo, so I was playing around with this rung here. So as you guys can see, I've made a couple of changes here. But from a user's standpoint, I'm going to have the ability to connect to this piece of equipment as if I had hands on keyboard. I'm going to make some changes here to this rung. from a user standpoint, I'm not going to feel any lag or latency at all. Essentially, I'm going to have the full capabilities as I would if it was a traditional RDP session. But from a cybersecurity standpoint, RDP is never being presented to my laptop. So my laptop here that's sitting in front of me, I'm pointing at it, you guys can't see it, but it could be riddled with ransomware. There could be a hacker living dormantly or waiting patiently for a VPN tunnel to establish, so I can essentially insert myself or inject some malicious code into it. Because we're stripping that native functionality out of RDP and we're not presenting RDP to that particular scenario, there's no way for this adversary to insert themselves or inject any malicious code. So we're eliminating that attack surface altogether. But we're also giving the user the ability to connect as if they had free reign. So the same traditional feel that a user would have for RDP. If I wanted to go full screen mode, I can do so. If I wanted to move a file into this environment, I can do so. Obviously, we have control mechanisms, so you have to explicitly allow certain functions like being able to move a file in there. But essentially what we're doing is we're giving the OT environment their keys to their kingdom back. So they're going to have full control over the assets that they're employing, and that we're going to be able to dictate what users are going to be able to do or not do on their pieces of equipment. If at any point as an administrator I see anything nefarious here, I can essentially boot this user out of this asset. So if I just wanted to say, hey, you know what, I need it for work, or just sorry, I can do that. I can punt them out, or if I see anything nefarious completely, I can disable their session altogether, which is going to completely kick them out of our platform. I only got 2 minutes here, so I'm not going to be able to go through all of the features that we have. So feel free to reach out to us so we could go through a full demonstration for you guys. Some of the new features that are just released recently are going to be the ability to share this session. So if I wanted to create a link to share this session with some unauthorized user, we take that use case with that vendor. I could be the technician that's on site. I need help troubleshooting this HMI. I can essentially create a link, send it to this user. They can quickly connect to this asset and help me troubleshoot. I can also pass controls from that user to that monitor user at the same time. A lot of our clients are leveraging tools like TeamViewer or Teams to essentially do that specific type of scenario. We have that built into our product. And then again, we're breaking that protocol and not presenting that protocol to that end user. So we don't have to worry about what's going on with that remote user's laptop at that time. That's the whole point of our technology. So hopefully this was informative for you all. Again, there's a lot more features that I haven't covered. So feel free to reach out to us so we can show you guys that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. That was really good. I think high level and very quick overview. Like you said, you guys have got a lot of capabilities beyond that. Really appreciate the time. Thanks for joining. And with that, we'll switch it over to bring IANS back. Hey, Molly, how are you?
Thank you. Good. How are you, Mark? Thanks.
Good. I will bring on Molly and let you guys kick that off, and look forward to this next session.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Hey, Molly, how are you?
I'm great. Are we live?
Awesome.
Or am I in the back?
If you want to pull up, we are live. If you want to pull up your slides, that'd be perfect. And I'll just give a brief intro.
Awesome.
And then we'll kick
Yeah,
it off.
you broke up a little bit for me. Do you think it's my internet? Do you think it's, I just wanted to double check.
The weakest link, how
Yeah,
AI and automation can mitigate to be entered to win the IANS prize pack. That will be awarded at the end of the session. Make sure you are engaged. So I will hand it over to Molly, though.
All right. All right, you can hear me now. I think my internet was being a little bit wonky just as I was uploading the files directly to this, but can you hear me okay? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you fine. We can hear you fine, Molly.
Okay, great. All right, well, I'm so excited to be here. And yeah, we're gonna be talking about strengthening the weakest link. And some of the things that we're going to cover in this session is we're going to be exploring how AI and automation can transform supply chain risk. Everything from intelligent contractor access monitoring to automated vendor risk scoring, all the way to anomaly detection within your supplier relationships. And we're also going to do a deep dive into like the OT specific challenges within strengthening this weakest link. And the goal for you all is to leave with like an actionable framework for deploying the AI driven controls, doing that in the right way, and most importantly, strengthening those third party, very vulnerable touch points. And the way that we're going to do this, we're going to talk a little bit about like what is supply chain risk, go over some numbers. We're going to go deeper into why AI and automation makes sense for even this problem, because AI and automation, of course, is just a means to an end. We're going to spend some time on an assessment framework to figure out where to get started, the implementation framework in terms of like actually doing the work, and then talking about the road ahead and how the world is changing. So let's just first talk, like all have a same shared definition of supply chain risk, because I know it's something that everyone probably has some familiarity with, but it's important that the way that we're talking about it this afternoon, this morning, depending on where you are, that we're all on the same page. So I'll start with saying, supply chain risk, at the most simplest forms, is everywhere your business is, whenever your business is experiencing some type of disruption as a result of your vendors. Now, before the internet, and for as long as for all of time, a lot of this had to do with like more traditional definitions. Something like financial risks would be a big example of where you might have like supply chain risk. Think things like, hey, I've got this vendor and all of a sudden they go out of business. How am I going to get that part in my manufacturing line or something else? Or we've seen even more recently how there's been a lot of tariff changes, et cetera. That can also be an impact on supply chain risk. Operational risks, of course, come down to things like, you're getting maybe within your line of business, you're getting some vendor from something, your vendor is delivering something, there's some type of quality issue and you're not able to deliver it to your customers. Maybe it takes a long time. We saw a lot of this during COVID where, I remember very vividly, like bike stores were not able to sell bikes because they were being held up by like a very, very small part that seems trivial, but just like held everything else together. Environmental risks, of course, if like something, you are saturated in one part of the world. But of course, for cybersecurity, which is what we're going to spend the rest of the time on, but I think it's important to keep in mind that supply chain risk is all of these other factors, in part because they are interwoven in different moments. Like a supply chain impact in a cybersecurity context may impact these other areas, financial, et cetera. But within the cybersecurity context, we're talking about when adversaries, threat actors take advantage of your third party, your vendors, to access your systems, because we're here because the internet exists, and that is how people are getting in. And a big takeaway for all of this is, as we're thinking about this, is like your security is only as strong as your weakest link. But first, just to even start to quantify the numbers behind supply chain risk and why it's even important that we're talking about this today. One really big thing that we're seeing is that supply chain attacks are doubling. Hackers have figured out that this is a really effective way to get access to systems that there's just, and we'll get into it, but it's a really messy, complex problem that not a lot of people have visibility into and have good management for. And so even in just the past year that we're seeing supply chain attacks just double on a monthly basis. So what used to be 13 attacks per month, we're now seeing 26 attacks per month. And that's something to be mindful of. The next big piece, though, is also just, it's not only in terms of the overall volume, but the impact that it's having within businesses, and the dollar to dollar impact of this is just as important to keep in mind. Because if we were seeing things double, but it was just still singles and doubles, maybe we would not be as attuned and wanting to talk about this problem this morning. But because it's both having a larger volume and a larger impact, it's really important that we're all being mindful of supply chain risk within our organization. And depending on where people's familiarity is in terms of supply chain risk, I've got two examples that I'm going to walk through that kind of give a sense of, what does this look like in practice? And I'll start by saying these are the two examples I'm going to walk through are both from within the past 10 days. And part of that is intentional because we probably could have been giving this presentation on any timeline and looked backwards 10 days and found some pretty impactful attacks that are happening. And so, we're not just cherry picking the stories that make sense for this talk. We're really just jumping into the moment of like what is happening in supply chain now. So for this first one, we're talking about this like NPM attack that happened on September 8th. And basically what happened was there was this phishing email that compromised this person who is maintaining this, part of this NPM developer account, which is something that everybody uses. And the maintainer, his name was Quix. And it compromised a lot of, it enabled within it to steal sensitive data, like API keys, credentials, source code, all the things that developers are using on a daily basis. And just as an example of like how relevant this is, like people are using these types of packages over 2.6 billion times every single week. And so there was about a 2.5 hour window where this was vulnerable and nobody knew about it. And so you can take 2.6 billion, I should have done math before this, but you can take 2.6 billion over a week and think about, okay, so how many vulnerabilities does exist in that 2.5 hour window? And that's what we're looking at from an impact perspective. And it really demonstrates how easily attackers can reach massive scale just through the right repository. So supply chain attacks are things that not only impact you and your environment, but it's very likely that one of the reasons that attackers are using them is because they can have such a big impact with a very narrow shot. And this also had a cascading impact in the sense of this like trust erosion, where teams had to audit their entire dependency chain to see if they pulled any compromised packages. Organizations had to rebuild entire development environments from scratch. And it also highlighted just how little visibility teams had into their software supply chain. I've got one more example here that is similar in a software environment. Now, I know we're going to be talking a lot about OT, so not everything in supply chain risk is about software, but these just happen to be from the past week. So attackers compromised this fast UUID GitHub repository, which if you don't know what fast UUID is, it's something that developers use to generate unique identifiers. And in particular, it's used during that CI/CD pipeline stage when developers are pushing something into production. And one thing to keep in mind is that the CI/CD pipeline is a stage within it's a part of the process that is actually meant to do not only production checks, but also security checks. And so it's a part of production that has access to so many parts of the sensitive data within somebody's development chain. So things like AWS credentials, database passwords, API keys, deployment secrets, all of those get automatically tested and during the CI/CD pipeline. So when this fast UUID thing was compromised, it meant that it was very easy for it to daisy chain into these other areas. And so some of the impact here was over 3,000 secrets were stolen, and many companies had entire SDK portfolios just totally compromised, all within a very short amount of time. And just to speak to why is all of this happening now? We've talked a lot about what is happening at what the problem is, what the scale of the problem is, and why is it happening now? And I think some of these come down to the fact that organizations now just have a much bigger attack surface. Most organizations have hundreds of external partners that range from software vendors, cloud providers, SaaS platforms, hardware suppliers, contractors. And each one of those represents a potential entry point into your environment. Another big reason is it's just really hard to get visibility in. And we pulled the statistics, but 43% of organizations have limited or no visibility into tier 1 supplier performance, which is important to be mindful of, because we're not even talking about like the 4th party supply chain impact. It's like still just the tier 1 that is really hard to do. And then finally, there's just this like, overall management problem. How do I get my arms around this data? 48% of organizations say that tracking their third parties is just really hard to do. And so we're, to think about why is this happening now? The attack surface is getting bigger. Even just getting a narrow lens in it is, no one has today. And if you were to go out and do that, it's really hard. And so attackers are taking advantage of it. To zoom in then and talk a little bit about, why does this show up in the OT environment specifically? Because OT has its own unique challenges within this broader supply chain risk conversation. And the first one is there is a higher attack rate within OT. And some of the reason that we're seeing that is compared to the traditional IT environment, OT is becoming the preferred target because it's often this like path of least resistance for all the reasons that we mentioned, and a couple others that we'll go through here. But this number that we're seeing, around 74% of organizations experiencing more malware intrusions in the past 12 months. If you really think about that number, that's 3 out of 4 organizations. And so you can feel like there's just a higher attack rate. The second big one that we're seeing within OT is like why, what is happening within supply chain risk? It's the fact that there's a lot of these legacy systems, and many OT systems were designed 10, 15, 20 years ago when security wasn't a primary concern. They were built for reliability and for uptime, not security. And so they're often running older operating systems, can't be easily patched, might even still have default passwords that were never changed. And so, hackers are thinking about it from that perspective. And then finally, just this expanded attack surface that's happening within OT. Your plant floor now talks to your ERP system, which connects to the cloud, which integrates with vendor portals. And so that air gap that used to, take comfort in, that could segment and ward off any of these potential supply chain risks is now largely gone. And so jumping ahead and thinking about like what is happening within, what does this mean for you? The big thing is that it's not if anymore, but really think it's fundamentally shifted, where we used to talk about supply chain risk almost in this like theoretical sense. And, organizations were still struggling to think about, some of the, just getting the basics down, like the phishing, preventing against phishings of the world. But now supply chain risk is part of that sort of foundation within an organization. And with attacks doubling year over year, it's not about whether you'll face a supply chain incident, it's about whether you'll be ready when it happens. The next big thing is just thinking about, how do we move from being reactive to proactive with supply chain risks? Most people are thinking about supply chain risk only after something happens, and then are scrambling to respond. And so how do we use the learnings from today to be more reactive or proactive in managing supply chain risk? And then finally, knowing that it's a risk, how do you really scale this across all of your vendors and across a very strategic all of your vendors and across a very complex, and do this in a very strategic way. The very traditional approach of manually reviewing vendor questionnaires and tracking relationships in spreadsheets simply just doesn't scale when everything is growing and evolving so quickly. And so this forces us to ask some really critical questions, including, how do we move from reactive to proactive, and how do we scale this across hundreds of vendors? And so I'll pause and just, see, am I able to take a poll during this session? I wanted to, get some user engagement, but
you can certainly ask, Molly, and then, we can track it on the comments for sure.
Great. Cool. So I guess maybe just comment if you feel comfortable, but to take a level set of just, where we are today. Let's start with just like how many vendors do you currently manage? So, from our research, we're seeing that most organizations manage hundreds of vendors. But if you wanted to take a moment to either respond in the comments or even just think for yourself, is it less than 50, 50 to 100, 100, just not sure, which is also okay. Awesome. I'm loving seeing some Ds. That's great. We're definitely going to talk about that. Great. Now, moving on to the second question. What takes most of your time? Vendor assessments, monitoring changes in your supply chain, the response piece, or the reporting around all of this? And as we're, I'll give people a few more minutes just to think about this, but just as we're reflecting, taking a moment just to think about, what state are you entering supply chain risk and how you're thinking about it. I'm willing to bet that there's a variety of responses in this room, and that really speaks to exactly why one size fits all solutions are really hard to use. And if you're managing 50 vendors, your challenges are different from someone managing 500, which are also different from somebody who doesn't know how many vendors they have. And so as we're going through all of this, one of the things that we want to speak to is not only how are we managing supply chain risk, how does AI and automation fit into that, but also how can it be addressed to your specific context and where those pain points are. So moving on into this next topic, which is, we've covered supply chain risk. What is it? Why do we care about it? How big is this problem? Why does it apply to OT? But now talking into, how does it solve? How do we solve it? And everyone's talking about AI and automation right now, but AI and automation is not the solution; it's the tool. And we're going to talk a little bit about, why is this the right tool for the job within this sphere? And the first problem is, when we think about the problems underneath the hood within supply chain automation, the first one is this scale piece. There's just so many people have leaned on, early on the. I think the solution a lot of people had was, let's just ask more questions, get more data. But in doing that, we've made our jobs harder, and it's actually counterintuitive, but it really leads to this insufficient visibility that people have in their supply chain risk. And there's just a lot of things to work through, both in the vendor perspective and the amount of data to go through. The next piece is just humans can't do all of this. Vendors get fatigued filling out all these questionnaires, and the team gets fatigued reviewing hundreds of similar responses. I loved picking up on this number, but the average organization sends, their questionnaires have between 100 and 350 questions, which I think we've all probably could have guessed it was. Maybe I should have included that in the poll and made people guess, and then we could see what the actual answers were. But it's really funny when you see it written out. That is, as you're going through it, it feels like a lot, and then when you look at it, it's like, yeah, it is a lot. And the reality is in answering all of these questions, not only is it a lot of work, it's a lot of data to go through, there's a huge risk for subjectivity, just inconsistency, and also slow, holding back the business, because it just takes a lot of time to review all these vendors before they come into the environment. And so the reason why AI is the right tool for the job is, AI and automation. And I'm going to speak to why we use both of those things in the same vein. The first big one is it provides a lot of intelligence, and it can do that in real time. And so something like being able to monitor all of these different data sources that you're collecting on your vendors today, but also potentially monitor more as things evolve. Newsfeed, financial filing, security bulletins, social media. Most organizations are not scratching the surface of that yet, but it is something that is on the horizon where supply chain risk can go. AI, of course, is really good at making predictions, and so much of the risk assessment is not about this binary yes or no for a vendor, but being able to actually say, hey, how harmful could this be in our environment, and making a judgment call on that, and being very consistent with automated risk scoring, and of course being able to do that across the hundreds of vendors that you have, and do that not in weeks, but do that in minutes. And so what we want to spend some time talking about is how do we really apply these different types of, knowing that AI and automation is an important tool within the supply chain risk management strategy. Where do we get started? How do we go about this? So the first piece is, where might you start to apply AI and automation within your environment? And before you can implement AI and automation effectively, you need to honestly assess, like, where do you stand today? And this framework is supposed to help you figure out where to focus first. So let's start with talking about your current state. Where are your biggest bottlenecks? Where does the work pile up? Is it an initial vendor onboarding where assessments take weeks? Is it ongoing monitoring in your OT environment where you just always feel behind on changes? Or is it in reporting where you're scrambling every quarter to prove compliance? And so what takes the most time can be an area to say, hey, should AI and automation be part of the problem or be part of the solution? The next big thing to think about is just that business case. Because say you do this first state and you've come up with between 5 or 10 different opportunities. The next big thing is to look at the business case. And I like to look at these in two folds. One, what is the cost side of things? And then one is what is the future looking, how can this help the business grow? So on the cost side, of course, you want to take into account things like if we continue doing it manually, what happens? Obviously, manual processes are prone to error. Downtime can happen, safety, compliance, all of those different things really matter, and it can help to prioritize where to get started. The second big one is on, what's the business impact of current gaps, by saying, hey, and I will give a ton of examples of this next, but in applying AI and automation, is there some type of unrealized intelligence we're going to get from this that can help the business move forward? And then just thinking about the actual, the friction pieces of that need to be overcome in order to adopt it in this assessment framework. So the first one being, do you even have the right data sources? Because so often people can dream up this world and this better tomorrow, but it's really hard to get access to the information within it. And then finally, the how many stakeholders are involved. And this one is an example where if you're getting started with a process and it's got 10 different stakeholders that need to come together to be able to get that process over the finish line, it might be better to actually get started with a different one that might be at a less business impact, but has only 2 stakeholders, in part because it's better just accumulate those quick wins. So we're going to talk through a couple of examples now of getting really specific on the overall potential outcomes that can happen in applying this within your supply chain risk environment, and how to transform what are probably your existing processes and bring that into where you could get started applying AI and automation. So I've pulled a couple. I pulled three areas of supply chain risk management that are not OT specific, that are just generalized to applying to the IT and OT world. And then in this next slide, we'll go deep on how do you apply AI and automation within supply chain risk to OT. But this first one, take this NIST control around policies and procedures. And these are all the rules and processes that you follow, and I'm willing to bet that you're doing some or all of them manually today, where you're constantly just feeling behind on updating those policies and documents, hoping that everybody reads the latest version, all of that good stuff. AI is really good at interpreting a lot of text, and this is an example where as you're making changes in your policies wherever you're doing that. Is it if it's in meetings, if it's over email, if it's after a conversation, rather than sort of letting that live in the back of your head. AI is really good at updating those things across, one to many formats. And of course, the business impact of this is like having that consistency across all your vendors. The second one, of course, is just like that supplier assessment, which is what everyone thinks of when they think of supply chain risk. And this is where most organizations feel the pain. A lot of them are doing it manually, where you're sending out questionnaires with hundreds of questions, waiting weeks for responses, and then manually scoring them in spreadsheets. AI, of course, is really good at reading all these things, coming up with a risk score from multiple sources, and it can do it a lot faster. It can add some consistency. And then finally, this vendor identification piece. So if we go back to that poll where I asked folks, how many vendors do you have within your organization? Right now, you're probably, if you had to go out and find that exact number, you'd probably be going through procurement paperwork, maybe some IT tickets. Like, if you're lucky, maybe you're asking a bunch of questions. Maybe you're, phoning a friend. But AI is really good at connecting to a lot of different data sources and searching this type of information and pulling it out of existing systems. So something like mapping your entire vendor ecosystem by analyzing network traffic, financial transactions, all the integrations, and the procurement system, and then coming up with not only a centralized list, but something that is deduplicated. But if you take this pattern, in every situation, we're taking what is a really manual, time-intensive process and making it very continuous, comprehensive, consistent. And it's not only about the efficiency of the process, but also having better security outcomes and faster response times. Moving on and going a little bit deeper into how does this get applied to the OT environment, and then we're going to spend the rest of the time just talking about, okay, great, I'm bought in, how do I actually implement it? OT environments have unique security challenges and that they require very specialized approaches. So I've pulled out from the NIST framework a couple of controls that are very specific to an OT base. And I should preface that we probably could have gone through every single one of the NIST controls and talked about how AI can enhance that single one, but these are just kind of a flavor of what I see as being just foundational things that every user is thinking about. So this first one, boundary protection. In traditional IT, maybe you have a firewall and you're reviewing those rules quarterly. In OT, of course, an unauthorized network change can really impact security systems. And so you're, at best, you're doing this quarterly or periodically, but I think for a lot of folks, it feels very ad hoc. It feels very reactive. AI is really good at monitoring firewall configuration changes, doing it continuously, looking at baselines, flagging things that are deviating from that. And if a vendor makes some type of unauthorized change or activity on the network, you can know that immediately as opposed to discovering that in your next audit. Another big one would be like system monitoring. So most OT devices have very predictable traffic patterns, like the same PLCs talking to the same historians at the regular intervals. And so AI can be really good at creating that fingerprint of what does that device look like in that environment, and then flagging things that are beyond that, and doing that all in real time. And then finally, configuration changes. So, configuration drift in OT isn't just a security issue. It can also be safety and operational. And so manually tracking, and what most people are doing, and I've seen this so many different times, is they're manually tracking this in spreadsheets where they'll go, hey, here's my environment, here's the last time things were patched, and getting approvals through emails or some other way, if at all, to make those different changes. AI, of course, you can start to create, what do you expect? How do you want configurations to be made and approved, and create a process around that, and then also enforce that within that. And so the, one big takeaway as you're contrasting what does AI and automation look like in just a general IT environment to what does it look like in an OT environment around specifically supply chain risk, it really emphasizes containment and prevention, in part because the cost of being wrong in OT is so much higher. So, you don't want to have to reboot a furnace or restart a chemical process. And so for a lot of these automation applications, it's really focusing on preventing the problems rather than just alerting on them, because the cost of error is so high. Now we're going to start to transition into talking a bit more about implementation, but it would be great if everyone just spent a little bit of time reflecting on what are the processes where you might want to apply this in your environment. And so I'll give people time to reflect on these questions and speak to them. But think about in your own world. Is there one when I'm working with folks and they're trying to think about what are the use cases to get started with? These are some of the questions that I ask. Like, what is one repetitive task that you're doing today in supply chain? That's always a great way to start. If there's something that you do every day. Another way to think about it is maybe it's not repetitive, but maybe there's like a vendor related activity that you're just doing the same way every single time. Another great way I love to ask people about these things is like, what is a check that if you had, if you could just do it 24/7 and unlimited staff, this is what you would do. Another way I love to ask this question is something like, if you had a summer intern, what would you have them do? That's another great way to think about things, because often you give the summer intern something that like requires some level of, grunt work, but is usually some amount of high value. And like that can also unlock some areas if people want to get started. What takes your team, something that takes a really long time that you just think should take shorter. And then, where do you find the same type of issues over and over again? And, the process that you ultimately will apply this to can check multiple boxes. It can fall into just one of these boxes, but I always love this set of questions because you'll notice there's a good amount of nuance between them. Like one task may not, while it might fall into multiple boxes, it might not fall into all of them, and it can help to unblock, where you might want to get started. Now on to the good stuff, this implementation framework. And so I know we've been talking about AI capabilities, but I always want to start with like some, that AI has some very realistic limitations. And understanding what AI can't do is just as important as understanding what it can do. And because as we're going into the implementation piece, I'm going to introduce some other tools because of some of these drawbacks. So one of the things is AI is not good at handling tasks with 100% consistency. If you ask it to, like, in a very simple example, if you ask it to write an email for you and then 20 minutes later ask it to write the same email for you, it will give a different response. And so while it might be generally consistent at a high level with the same prompt, it's not going to be one-to-one the same, and it's not going to be perfect. And so as you're thinking about your own OT environment and these safety critical decisions, one of the very important things to keep in mind is like how important is consistency in this application that you're thinking about. The next big one is like transparency and explainability. A lot of times AI in the application can feel like a black box. And so maybe, a good example of this is like you apply AI and it says like, hey, this vendor has a high risk score, or this OT device looks some type of anomalous, but without the right checks, and we'll talk about this in a second, without some of these other controls around AI in place, you may not know why it came to that answer. And that can be hard, especially in these like high critical compliant environments where having transparency and explainability is really important. And then finally, AI, a completely autonomous AI is awesome, but you need to be really mindful of like it can have this really high cost. I'm not always applying it in situations where there's a really high cost of error, which in OT is top of mind. We've got safety systems, critical infrastructure, life safety applications, and AI introduces some amount of uncertainty that may not always be acceptable. And so being mindful of like how do we mitigate some of those the cost of false positives that we definitely don't want to shut down production or do something else. And so thinking ahead to what does that mean for, okay, we're so excited about applying AI. What are some of these things that we can do around it? I always like to introduce AI with these other two tools that we've mentioned in passing this whole time, but I think it's really important to look at them side by side and why sometimes one tool makes sense for a job versus others. So taking a step back, AI is not a one size fits all. Your process is not a one size fits all, but a combination of AI, automation, and humans can largely address any one of these processes that you have. AI, of course, as we've alluded to, is really good for those parts of the process where you're trying to do some type of investigation, data processing. Automation is what's really good for the things that are really routine and you expect the same thing every single time. And humans, of course, for those complex things or something that is really high risk. And so going a step deeper, think about that process that we just pulled the group on. Is it something that happens more than once? And if so, AI may be a part of your process. Automation will be maybe a part of your process, and sometimes a human will be a part of it. Maybe you want it to totally happen autonomously. Maybe you don't. If the task is complex, usually AI is a really good tool for the job because it probably has a lot of data or it requires some amount of insight. Automation doesn't always need to be there because it's going to be happening the same way every single time. It can be really hard sometimes to take a really complex task and fit it into, building blocks that are very deterministic. But a human is always going to be a part of something that is very complex. If that task that you're looking at is very high value, AI sometimes will be a part of it, but I'm also thinking about that really high value task, which is just like, what is my OT strategy? You may not want to have AI always be a part of that. Automation will be a part of it sometimes to help get to the end result. Of course, a human, we're not trying to replace, this is what we're best at, is these really high value things. So we'll always be a part of that process. And then finally, think about within that process, how bad are errors? What is the cost if something goes wrong? And as a result, sometimes you want AI in a loop because you want to get the best answer, but you want to be mindful that you don't always need AI to get to the best answer. Automation is a really good tool in this situation because it's going to happen the same way over time, every single time. So if you want to pre-program it to, only in these situations have some type of automation, you could mitigate the cost of error. And then finally, again, what humans are best at is mitigating risk. And I've got a few examples, actually a lot more examples. So to get really specific about what this looks like, maybe in your own environment, taking those 3 tools and how they might apply. AI, of course, is really good. We've given a lot of examples of this so far, so it's almost more interesting to talk about the non-applications of AI. But an example would be something like risk scoring, vendor assessment. You've got a lot of data coming together that needs to produce some type of output. As an aside, to make the final decision on whether to bring that vendor into your organization, a human is probably really important for that. And we'll talk about that in a second. A second big area, continuous monitoring. It's just so much data. Vulnerability analysis of an update or a patch. Notice I'm not saying patching because that starts to impact things like safety and uptime, but the analysis of the patch itself. And finally, something like, risk modeling for, how will this impact my environment? Automation, something like account provisioning, who gets what, what permissions. Think about how you might not want an AI to do that, in part because it's non-deterministic. It might change a little bit every single time, and you want to be able to feel really confident that everybody in your OT environment, every contractor that fits into these criteria, is going to look the same way and rinse and repeat. Compliance checking against policies. Automation is really good for that. Just, take A, compare it to B. It needs to happen the same way every time. Just pulling data from different systems and creating a report. AI, you need the automation to actually pull the systems. And then something like routine health checks, is it up? Is it down? Has it been patched? Has it not? Notice how these are all very deterministic. They're going to happen the same way every single time. And you want that. And that's a really important tool to keep in mind for the OT environment. And then finally, for this last category, hopefully this is what your job looks like today, but I'm willing to bet that a lot of people are, scratching the surface of some of these other areas that could be, AI or automation. But if you had completely applied AI to your environment and completely automated it, these would be the things that you would be doing. You would be being very strategic about which vendors you'd be using within your OT systems based on like what it's like to work with them, their maintenance schedules, et cetera, et cetera. You'd be thinking about contract negotiations, which is everyone's favorite topic, with those and being able to go as deep as you want on the security implications, and making that final approval on like what are these high risk things that are going to impact my environment. Definitely think that this is where everybody is spending their time. So let's now take one of those. If you remember, we introduced those different NIST controls and why at a high level how AI and automation can benefit the organization, but how do you actually apply that in practice? And the reality is you take these three tools, you break down the task, and you take these three tools and you use one of them for every single step. And so, for example, starting with something like, hey, I'm doing my supplier assessment. Where you start is okay, what is the vendor info? You need an automation to like connect to the spreadsheet or the portal or wherever this information is pulling it. That's going to happen the same way every time. Every single time a new vendor gets in, pull this information, it will be very standardized. The next thing you want to do is assess it and be like, hey, based on this data, how important is it that, how much risk does this introduce to my environment? That's an example of like an investigation. AI is really good at that comprehensive analysis. Then maybe you want to have some additional questions like, hey, what are the key issues that I should be thinking about, especially based on my own environment? Again, AI is really good at that. And then you have this final step, which is like, review and approve it on whether to bring it into your environment. This is where a human is really good at that. You could potentially have some criteria and say, hey, if it's below a 5 or something, have it automatically be approved in our environment. And notice that I use the word automatically. That's where you would want it to be determined. You would want to use an automation to do that. But if you're just getting started with this type of workflow, you'd gain more confidence that this is all working appropriately by starting with a human to do some type of review and make that final approval. I've got 2 more examples. I'll take a quick drink of water. And both of these examples are in the OT environment. And once we go over these 2 examples in the OT environment, I think you're going to notice a pattern in particular. So this next one is around that boundary protection. How do you make sure that people aren't getting unauthorized access to your network or your machines? So something like monitoring firewall controls for any deviations from the baseline. AI, really good at that. It's a lot of data. It's constant. There's a lot of things you do know about your network that you want to encode to that agent, but there's a lot of things you don't know that you'd want it to look for. That's where you can't put all of that into a single automation. AI is really perfect. To that point, detecting the suspicious activity. This is where having some automation and a human in the loop on looking at those types of alerts are important. So, hey, if it's above some amount of criticality, automatically do X, send it to a human for Y. So we've got both on that process. If you're going to make a change based on that, you'd want a human in this step before to initiate that, but an automation to do that, you definitely don't want to do it manually. If it would probably take a ton of time. But if you're going to do some type of response, having a human in the loop to coordinate, what is happening at a more strategic level is important. And I should address that, this is all at a high level. You don't necessarily need to take this away as like a recipe of, this slide, I'm following this process, I'm doing this thing. Some of the takeaway is just the fact that a part of applying AI is knowing when to use AI in the process and when to bring in these other components. I've got another example in this OT landscape, which is in the configuration management. Whenever you're going to do some type of patch or check to see if the device is changing. So AI, of course, you're starting to see a pattern like monitoring for those types of changes. It's really good at continuously scanning OT networks for configuration drifts. If there's been some type of change, checking to see if it's authorized, did it come from the right users, come from the right vendor? Automation is really good at that because it's very rules-based. If you want to run some type of risk assessment, regardless of if it's good or bad, but just kind of knowing how it's going to impact your environment, AI, of course, is great for that part of the process. And then if you're going to do some type of remediation, humans, of course, are important to keep in mind because of the safety and the criticality. Automation, of course, if you're trying to do something very quickly and you need to have a quick response. And I mentioned a couple takeaways, one of which is like keeping in mind that AI is one of a few tools to have a successful implementation in your environment. You also want a combination of automation and human in the loop. I think the other big takeaway within this is because we're talking about like really critical environments, if you were to do this across every single one of your processes, you would most likely see that in your OT environment, you're going to have a lot more human in the loop because of the safety implications and the cost of error being so high, and having a human in the loop is really important for that, for those aspects of the process, and something to be mindful of. I'm going to talk through a couple pitfalls. You've got this task maybe in mind. You've thought a little bit about like how you would break down that task and implementing it, which tool, what's the right tool for the job at different parts of the process. And now maybe my favorite thing to talk about is some of these lessons learned working with organizations and discovering these different pitfalls within the organization. So the first one is like people just try to boil the ocean. Something like, oh, I want to apply AI to vendor risk management versus like the vendor assessment, or like I want to apply vendor risk management versus just configuration management or like a single NIST control. And the reason that this is so hard is because it really creates those like unclear requirements that nobody can really define. You end up with like longer time horizon, scope creep sets in, and it just becomes really hard to measure and get something off the ground. And I've seen something like an 18-month project deliver nothing, that a team that really scoped things down saw results within 6 weeks that they could get going on. So a better approach than starting with like a whole addressable area within security is to pick something like one NIST control, one process, prove value, and then expand. Another big one, and this is maybe my favorite one to talk about because it's the one that I see is most common. People want to be so inclusive. It's like the most human nature of all of us. We're working with people and they just like this process they take this process, they start with so many stakeholders. This is another cue to, if you're starting with so many stakeholders, you should start smaller. But, some of the reasons why it fails is it's just like, one, it's like hard to get there's a lot of opinions in the room. It's hard to get everyone on the same schedule. There's like conflicting priorities, OT, of course, really cares about uptime and is going to want to make sure that this process, doesn't introduce error into the network. Whereas something like security is going to want to make sure that they have the fastest response times possible. And those things might be a little bit in conflict, where an OT person might want to introduce a human in the loop, where security might say, hey, we're being measured by, a faster, like minutes, mean time to respond. And so being really clear on, hey, we're going to start small and make this person really happy and then expand over time. And so what I would encourage everyone to do is start with just like, 2 or 3 core stakeholders, definitely the end user who's going to, win in this process. You don't want to exclude those people, and then bring other people into the process. It is so much easier to get people's input when you have something that is already working versus a theoretical pie in the sky type of process. And the last piece that I will share, and this is usually actually what people think about most when they think about where these pitfalls are and adopting AI into their environment, and that's data access. And you think that like, oh my goodness, I can't get access to such and such system. I just won't even do this. And I'm going to give you an answer. But, what happens is people get started and they're like, oh my gosh, garbage in, garbage out, or like, oh my goodness, so-and-so has access to the data that I can't get it. That is definitely true. AI definitely needs good data. It definitely wants a lot of data. But be mindful of how you can get creative, starting with what's available. That you get started with just an export of the data, a smaller subset of the information, and then add that information over time. I have seen teams spend months just like waiting for an integration and waiting for access. And it's just so frustrating because in that time frame, you could do a lot with a little. You could do a lot with an export. You could do a lot with, maybe starting with a different system that doesn't have the perfect information, but at least lets you better understand the process that you're trying to do. And so, just starting with something and building it one system at a time is really useful and something to be like, you can I think people are always really surprised how effective they can be without having access to the entire Snowflake or all of Splunk, and just starting with maybe an export or something else similar. Amazing. So now talking about the road ahead and what does this mean for you? So I would love to leave you all with some very clear understandings of both the challenges and also like the opportunity. We've talked a lot about, we started talking about supply chain risk, and that we've really established that OT environments are prime targets with hundreds of vendors creating all of these interdependencies, and the attack surface is getting faster than is our ability to manually secure it. And so, it's really important that to be mindful though, that this complexity is creating opportunities for people if you can think about it strategically. The second big piece is there are these high impact opportunities within your organization, and we've given a framework for how to assess and identify where those are, both what questions to figure out the readiness for it, the questions for where to find them, and then the framework for how to implement it in those different tools. A very underlying impact in all of them is you always want to start small, prove value, scale what works. Hopefully that isn't anything new, but it is of the utmost importance as we go here. And finally, the fact that you are the strategist across all of this has been a really big theme. We haven't touched on it too much as we've been talking about the tools and the impact and so on and so forth. But one thing that I'm most excited about the future for supply chain risk management, and thinking about this theme around the weakest link, like you understand your OT environment better than anybody, and everything that we've talked about today isn't necessarily about getting to the answers, but you being the strategist and helping to direct these tools and getting to that better tomorrow, and being your force multiplier for your environment, and everything from where to get started, how to apply those tools in the right way, how do you reuse those insights in your environment. Those are all the big pieces of where I'm so excited that the security industry is getting to go, supply chain risk is getting to go, so that we can make an impact on minimizing the attack surface and the impact to the networks. Amazing. So we've got some time. If there's any questions, would love to entertain them. If anybody has some processes that they want to talk about, would be more than happy to chat about that. And I'm so appreciative of everyone's time this morning. I see a couple questions. Where do you see teams making mistakes? Over engineering. Okay. So say you've okay, this is a great question. So you're looking at your OT environment. You want to manage supply chain risk. Where do you see some mistakes? In addition to some of the common pitfalls that we highlighted, bringing in too many stakeholders, data access. What was the third one? Not scoping it down to a single task. some of the like mistakes that I've seen folks do is wanting to they mistake the fact that they're like, hey, I really need to, this process is super unstructured. I haven't defined it. I can't even get started because I just don't even know what our process would be for this. And I'm willing to bet that like some people have probably thought that, like even just on this call, that like maybe something here isn't relevant to them because they haven't done the work to define it. I am so of the mind that we should, that there's no better way to define the process than to just get started and see and take a very iterative approach, but define it. Most people don't love the phrase "build a plane as you're flying it," but in the application of AI and automation, like that actually is a lot of where I've seen people be successful. So you're in some ways, it's not the over engineering; it's that people are under engineering. They're hesitant to do engineering and invest in it. I think then the other big piece where I see like the over engineering piece play out is I'd say they design. There was this big article that came out recently from MIT that was like 95% of AI projects fail. But the big takeaway from that is they didn't design a process, a resilient process, one that was made for friction. They created something in an environment that looked really nice in a demo, but then when they brought it into the real world, they faced friction in terms of, oh, this AI worked on this data, but now that it's in the real world, we have all these edge cases that it doesn't make sense for, or this user that is supposed to be using the system every day and create this feedback loop doesn't want to use it because they hate AI. And so in some ways, one of the mistakes is thinking about looking at it from this perfect landscape and not actually starting with the friction in mind, where something like, how do we solve for those edge cases? And the tools that we introduced, like automation, humans in the loop, like humans are really good. AI is really good at telling you what it doesn't know and spitting that out to a human to review and say, hey, this is an edge case. I don't know how to solve it with the prompt that I have. And that's one good example. If you're thinking about how do I get that user to use, who doesn't want to adopt it, get them excited about the platform. The saying that I always have people is like, most people don't, some people don't want AI, but everybody wants answers. And so thinking about how do you give them this information in the form of an answer, not in the form of the AI, can maybe the same thing, but how you position it can look a little bit differently. Are there good checklists for us to use that looks at our tech processes and people? Let's see. There was the couple questions. Let me find the questions. This is not necessarily a checklist, but it is a high-level overview of some of the places where you can get started. If I were to give folks maybe more concrete checklist, these are looking at it through a business lens. Sometimes people appreciate thinking about it. A business lens is a good place to look at it because this is where you're going to find some big bang for your buck. Sometimes it can be very helpful to have a technical checklist, like, hey, where do I have data sources that aren't talking to each other? An Excel spreadsheet and a historian, for example, or an Excel spreadsheet and your OT device. That's an example of something that like a technical checklist can be helpful. What else falls into this category? A technical checklist might be something like, where is your team exporting something to Excel? If you're exporting something to Excel, it means like something about the information that you have in front of you isn't working for you, and your team needs to manually massage it. That's another good example of like, hey, it's important to look at like, okay, but how important is that to the business, which is what these questions are eliciting. But even just kind of sometimes, looking at the underlying technical complexities that are happening can help people like unlock, where this gets applied. Are there tools for AI management and control teams that they should be thinking about? This is an interesting area. I generally see teams tools fall into one of three buckets. There's like, give everyone ChatGPT, which is not very effective, especially for this world, not only for like the security and the governance piece of it, but as we've talked about it, if you even had like the world's most secure ChatGPT, and we're super confident that like none of the data was getting exposed and all this stuff, like it'd still be so annoying to have to upload a vendor assessment every single time one came in, ask the same questions. Like it's not a workflow, like it's just a tool that generates a response, but it's not a workflow. There are, of course, so like, give ChatGPT. Then I see like this other category called vertical AI that I would describe as like vertical AI. And these are, all the vendor pitches that you're getting. No offense to anybody, but all the vendor pitches that you're getting that is like, oh, we are, we're the AI tool for supply chain risk management. We're the AI tool for vendor assessment. We're the AI tool for something, configuration management, all these different sub problems that we solved. The problem is like some of these areas that we talked about where AI falls short. I see a lot of those vertical AIs where people get stuck is like, they feel like a black box, or my process isn't exactly designed, doesn't exactly match how this AI vendor assessment tool was built, or how this, OT AI, environment monitoring was built, and starting to handle those edge cases is really hard. And so some early innings that I'm seeing in this like AI management space is this third category of, more general AI workflow adoption. It's been really strong in the IT world. It's been really strong in the IT world, even beyond security. So things like the Power Automates of the world, like the Power BIs, which most people have heard of if you're like a Microsoft shop. It is hard to apply those to the OT world. Like a Power Automate does not connect to your OT systems. And a Power BI is not going to necessarily it's going to connect to your spreadsheets, but it's not going to connect to your Rockwell stuff. But there is this flow of more happening on this like general AI adoption, which is important, or like, it's not vertical AI, but it's more of a solution that gives you the out of the box tools for taking these different, the AI, the automation, the integrations that all need to come together. And then you being that strategist and saying, here's exactly how my process wants to run. And here's how I'm going to design it and run it from this central platform, but in my OT environment. Ooh, okay, one more. Sorry. Should teams be looking at internal models versus open AI, Geminis of the world? Man, I am of the mind, like, unless you have a gazillion dollars, like, I would be thinking, I would be using I'm always encouraging folks to use these off the shelf open AI, the Geminis of the world, and obviously you want to do that with the right governance, and you can, take the partnerships, et cetera. But not only are they just so far ahead in terms of accuracy and effectiveness, which, if you're going to do all this work to like automate these things, you want to make sure that you're kind of on the leading edge of those answers. Otherwise, like, you may not be getting the most bang for your buck. But in this MIT report, actually, that came out recently, they actually found that teams that like built their own, like, just thought to themselves, oh, we're just going to build this all in-house. Everything's going to be custom, the models, et cetera. Those were actually the ones that were most likely to fail, in part because there is benefit and, things that like, and grunt work that a lot of these models handle for you, in addition to, combining them with other tools around them that make them effective. Like, Gemini and all those are just the LLM. They're just like at the core of what's happening. It's everything around it that, actually makes it useful to your organization. And this report found that people who didn't do it 100% custom, but brought in the right tool for the job and a different process had a higher success rate. Let's see here. We got one for those using open models. Are there recommendations for proxy and real-time guardrail requirements? Yeah, I mean, this is a really evolving space. I think that I would start with like, who's using it? What are you using it for? And of course, taking like the risk management approach to all of that. So for example, starting with like, actually maybe we should start with the what, like the what are you using it? Who's using it? So like, what would be something like, am I using AI on my like most sensitive data about my network? that, if a hacker had access to it, would really have these crown jewels of my environment. Then yeah, taking a lot of protections around, hey, can we bring this model on-prem so that data isn't getting sent back to someone else? Like those are things that you might want to be mindful of. If you are, just wanting your team to be more effective at, not reading 10 different spreadsheets, that, I'm trying to think something that is of coordinating between teams on, a more low level type of security issue. I wouldn't be so strict on moving everything to be on-prem and missing out on some of the benefits that come with, being connected to the cloud, as one example. So that's one big area is where are you hosting the data? The second big area is just around what tools and resources does the AI have access to? So within these, even within the cloud environment or within the on-prem environment, being mindful of, of the AI tool that you're using, how finely grained can you be about what data it can pull? So a great example of this is take SharePoint. If you want to lob AI, if you take Copilot and your Power Automate, and put them, and put them together and point them at your SharePoint, it will get access to all of your folders, which is great unless you're a finance person that, has access, unless you're a marketing person that is going to now have access to, the payroll data. And so in addition to thinking about where is the data being hosted and does this information go all the way back to the host, the Googles of the world, the OpenAIs of the world, I think it's important to be mindful of how do we make sure that this data doesn't show up in the wrong user's hands, even within my own organization. And that's another big area to think about. Great. How does IANS provide advisory here? Great question. Well, you're always welcome to set up time with me. And, I field a lot of requests, everything from just hey, I want to use AI in incident response and just I want to just tell you about what we're doing today and help you figure out where we get started. That's a really there's not, there's no, you don't have to have a lot of maturity in this area to set up somewhere and have it's called an ask an expert, but a 1 hour call with someone like me or someone else. You've heard from me a lot today, and get started there. I've also seen people say, hey, we're evaluating these 3 tools where, we know we have this pain point and we want in our supply chain or somewhere else. And I want to talk to somebody about that. That's a big area that we see. And then I think the third one would be a big area that I see here is, around success metrics, which we haven't talked too much about, but people are hey, I'm doing this today, but am I getting the right metrics? Are there metrics that I'm missing? Am I making the right reports about the information that I have from, I've gone from, they're a little further ahead where they know what they want to do. They're doing some version of today. How do I make it better? And all 3 of those different places where you are in the journey are a great place to get started talking to someone at IANS or just talking about it internally with your team. Great. All right. Anything else?
The session was great, Molly. Thank you very much.
How do I stop presenting? I think I do this, and I can just be. Well, anyway.
Yes. So let me bring back the other Molly as well. Molly, anything else that you guys want to cover? Do you want to provide your gift to anybody? Or I'm not sure how many people you had questions, but I will turn it over to you and Molly, and then back on when you guys are done.
Yeah, awesome. So we had a bit of interaction, but I don't think anyone externally was on for questions, so we'll skip that for this time. But I will say, just as a plug, we do have a webinar coming up on September 24th. It's multi-AI security challenges. That'll be with Aaron Turner, so feel free to register for that. Oh, that's at iansresearch.com. I'll maybe put in the link in the chat as well. We have a bunch of events coming up, especially around AI, always a hot topic. So feel free to check out any of those as well and kind of sign up. But I think that's, oh yeah, perfect. Adrian just dropped that in the chat. So definitely check that out. Register for anything there that sounds of interest. We do have quite a few things coming up for the end of September into early October. So definitely check that out. But wanted to thank Molly as well for her time and her presentation. So thank you for that. And thanks for the questions, Mark, as well.
Awesome.
You're very welcome. Well, fantastic. I know we've got a little bit of time before the next IANS session. Matthias, do you want to join now and start the Vanish ID demonstration? Or let me see if he's available. I know he's logged on here.
Right.
Sec. And then, yeah, Molly Breen, thank you very much.
Yeah. All right. Take care, everyone. Thank you.
Righty.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know Matthias is probably tied up. One thing we could do is we've got about 18 minutes before his scheduled demo. Do you want to share your webinar schedule, Molly, or do you, want we could take also a short break?
Yeah, let me see. Yeah, let me pull that up and I can share that briefly. And then with the remaining time, maybe we can take a short break, but I'll leave it up for the time being so folks can kind of take a look at that as well.
Yeah, if you want to share that, I will bring that to the stage.
Let me go ahead and share that. Perfect. Okay.
There you go.
Able to see. Okay, there we go. Awesome. So yeah, so we have actually one tomorrow too. You're welcome to join that. That's on our leadership development side. And then as we kind of go through that one I mentioned from Aaron Turner, that's coming up next week. Another great AI kind of topic there. And then, we have a VIC webinar that is more for our vendor side of things. Here, I'll share the full list here and kind of cycle through these as well. In October, we've got more AI, again, hot topic, as we all know. So that'll be coming up with Josh Woodruff. And then the following week, another webinar with Steve Martano, who's actually presenting later today here as well. So definitely check that out as well.
Amazing. Yeah, those are some really good topics. So, okay, well, fantastic. So why don't we, I'll get Matthias. We'll plan on just making sure that, oh, he's here. Matthias, are you able to start your demo now?
I mean, he's scheduled to join and start in 15 minutes.
Okay, you want to start in 15? We can take a break.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone, unless they want to hear me talk about Vanish ID in a weird accent.
Well, one thing we've been going for quite a while, so why don't we take a short break? We'll pick back up at 5 to the top, right before 3 o'clock Eastern, and then get you on stage with your demo.
Absolutely. So looking forward to, introduce Blake. He's going to be the one actually the presentation, and yeah, it'll be great. Let's take a break.
All righty.
Amazing presentations.
All right, we'll see you guys back at 3 o'clock.
Thank you.
Hey, Blake, how you doing?
Hey, Mark, doing well. How about yourself?
I'm doing really well. I know that you are up here in just a few seconds, all ready to go. Talk about Vanish ID.
I think so.
Awesome. Let's just give the crowd to get back. We'll start right sharp at 3 p.m. Eastern. Where are you? I guess streaming in from?
I am coming from the Sunshine State, Florida, the Orlando area. How about you, Mark?
Yeah, I'm in San Francisco.
Okay. I don't think we can get much further apart.
Yeah, not in this country for sure. So, and Matthias mentioned you guys had a little problem with sharing your screen last time. Should be no problem this time. So why don't we get started? And why don't you get your screen up? I'll make sure it's shareable, and then you can introduce yourself, and we will jump into the Vanish ID demo.
All right, super. It's glitching out on me. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Screen share. 2 monitors. Wow. How about that?
There you go.
Okay.
All righty, I'll let you to it. I look forward to learning more about Vanish ID and what you guys can do. I'm gonna pop off, and I'll join back up when you're done.
All right, super. Yes, great to be speaking to everybody. My name is Blake. I'm an account executive here at Vanish ID. Been with our organization about 3 years now. I'm really excited to show everybody our capabilities here. Essentially, Vanish ID is digital footprint protection. We are built for executives, family offices, family members of executives, as well as employees. And as our name may imply, we are built to help individuals vanish and their digital footprint vanish. So what you're looking at here on my screen is our administrative dashboard. It's meant for security leaders like yourself to be able to come in and see what the Vanish ID managed service program is doing for you. So we'll start off here with our summary screen. This is where you're going to be able to come in and get a look at the aggregate of the program and what's going on, how many employees are enrolled. So employees being the individuals here, HVTs being high value targets, or what we like to use for our executive and CEO level of protections. And the network, of course, being those family members and those in the close circle of trust for those executive and CEO protected individuals. Scrolling down a little bit here, you'll see what we call our AIMS chart. AIMS stands for the 4 quadrants, so attack, impersonate, monitor, and solicit. This is all meant to be through the lens of the social engineer. So everything that we do with very minimal seed data. In most cases, we are only asking for the first name, last name, and corporate email address for any of these individuals. We eat our own dog food here at Vanish ID, so these are actually some of our folks here. If I come down, you can actually see my information, or see my name there. We're going to always keep a finger on the pulse of where individuals would be without Vanish ID. So if we let the exposure that we are remediating come back, where they currently are with the things that we are remediating, as well as where we believe they can be if everything was taken down at a single time. Now, one of the main areas that we are focused on is the data broker problem. So if you're thinking about data brokers, obviously can mean a lot of different things. For us, that is when you Google anyone in the United States over the age of 18, where you're going to find the white pages, US phone book, fast people search, free people search type websites that publish our personal information without our consent. It's going to be one of the first places we're going and looking to remove some of this exposure. We're going to take the email addresses that are published freely on those websites that we go through the process of removing and take those to the dark web. There we're going to be looking for the only thing you really can do something about, that being exposed passwords. So we're going to notify both the security team. We have a couple ways we can do that, as well as the individual via either our reporting or email notifications of those, so they can change those both in their personal and professional lives. And if you want to think about it as a 1, 2, 3 combination of data brokers, data breaches on the dark web, the third piece is ultimately a catch-all. A member of our managed service team is going to go out and do a full scope digital footprint hunt anywhere else on the public web their personal information may reside. This can be county tax record websites. It could be news articles, or anything in between, really. Be surprised some of the funny things we find. But ultimately, through all of that, we're going to get an idea of how valuable an individual may look to a threat actor, as well as how accessible. Now, you may have noticed as I was sifting through these between current and without, a lot of left and right movement, but not much up and down. And that has to do with the fact that you'll see, our CEO, Matt Polak, is actually at the top here. And, Matt's always going to be really valuable to us here at Vanish ID. So we can't reduce his value to either us as an organization or to a threat actor if they were able to pop him. What we can do is reduce his accessibility, his touchability for someone to reach out and touch him, whether that be physically or digitally. We're going to benchmark the organization against similar. So we're going to talk about where we would be if we weren't doing these protections for ourselves as compared to our peers, as well as where we currently are. Ultimately, a lot of what we're doing here, while we can't ever get a digital footprint to 0 in 2025, we're all digital beings, whether we like it or not. We can make it so our targets and our footprints are smaller. I always like the analogy of you can't run faster than the bear, but you can run faster than the other things that the bear is chasing. We're going to talk about the top attack threats that this population is susceptible to based on their unique digital footprints. So here you'll see some of ours being, of course, credential stuffing, email, spear phishing. And you'll see some of the folks that are coming in either high or of critical risk for these things. And finally, we'll talk about the dark web monitoring. So looking for those exposed passwords, not just across corporate identities, but across personal and former work identities, because we're going to be finding those as we go through those data broker pieces. Our engine's very recursive in that way, that the things that we find on the data brokers, we use to help us find more information across the other sources. On our next targeting risk screen here, you'll see I've pulled up our VP of Managed Services, Ben Andreas. You're able to here get a better idea of an individual's risk posture and how that's changed over time. So you'll see the actions that we've taken for Ben over time to reduce his overall risk score. Again, with that scoring, you'll see those same concepts of value and accessibility, but you'll see some sub buckets below them, under both of them, and how they make up that targeting risk score and how Ben was plotted on that AIMS chart we just seen. As you might imagine, Ben being our VP of Managed Services is very valuable to us and holds a lot of value with the information he would have access to if a threat actor was able to pop him. So he's always going to be in that valuable bucket on the value side and of critical value. But what we are able to do is make him as low as possible in terms of accessibility. So we want to make sure we're reasonable about how we're risk scoring these individuals. I mentioned over time, and here's a great place you're going to be able to see that, both why risk score may go up and why it also would come down. Data brokers are constantly repopulating. Most repopulate every 3 to 6 weeks. So we're going to make sure that we're aware of that and we have our finger on the pulse of what's causing a risk score to go up, what's causing it to go down, whether it be us doing a favorable action and taking that down, or those data brokers rebuying and republishing that information. But ultimately, you're going to be able to see here what's going on with that. Similar to how we benchmarked the organization, we're going to benchmark Ben. So we're not just comparing Ben to anyone and everyone. We're going to compare him to people at his similar seniority and title level. So Ben's being compared to other VPs here. As you can see right now, Ben would be about 1.1 times more likely to be attacked before because of how much exposure he had. But now Ben is at a 4.6 times less likely to be attacked. We're going to talk about categorically the PII that we found and the PII that we've removed for Ben. If there's ever a delta between those things, this is where you're going to be able to see it. Again, transparency is a really big thing in this space for us because we want to be reasonable and realistic about where risk lies. So you'll be able to see both discovered and removed, and we'll give you counts to make it even easier. And we're talking about this categorically because we want to make sure that we're protecting the privacy of these individuals. This is, of course, publicly available information, but it is personal information. We'll talk about those attack threats that we've seen on the last page, but specific to Ben. And then we'll talk about the dark web monitoring protection that we're doing for everyone. Again, personal, work, and former work email addresses. As you can see here with Ben, most of his exposure, or rather all of his exposure, is on those personal emails. And unfortunately, that is what we see across our user set. Usually 80 to 90% of all breach credentials are on that personal side. And that's why we feel it's so important for organizations to protect against both the work, the form of work, and the personal, because unfortunately that bad password hygiene is being brought to work. For our executive and CEO individuals, they're going to receive some protections around both impersonation, though so possibly related email domains looking for email spoofing, as well as social media profile impersonation. Thankfully, we haven't found anything or haven't had any incidents for Ben thus far. And finally, we're going to talk about that personal network protection. So you can see Ben's enrolled some of his family members here. Same way for the individual, we're just asking for first name, last name, one email address for these individuals. And again, we're going to be extremely privacy forward in the way that we're presenting this information. So you'll be able to see that things are going on and PII removals are happening, but we're not going to publish the specifics as we will with the employee. Final place that I will show you here today is going to be what we call our digital footprint viewer. And I've decided to pick on Ben quite a lot here today. You'll see those three things that I mentioned earlier. So data breaches, data brokers. And it looks like we flagged some social media for Ben here via his LinkedIn. As you can see, we do a similar thing here around keeping our finger on the pulse of where things currently are, as well as where they would be without Vanish ID. So you can see for Ben, everything is orange. We use orange as an unremediated. And then for current, you'll see some of that teal, so things that have been remediated. So if we zoom in, especially around these data brokers, you'll see Ben was found on a lot of different data brokers, and one of them actually been verified has popped back up. With these data brokers, we're going to give a match confidence score. We know that not all the information hosted on data brokers is 100% accurate, and a lot of times that is by design to try to trick individuals into giving them more information. But we want to make sure if it's over a 50% or higher score, we're tying it to that individual and actively working to get that removed. So as you can see, Ben's had one that popped up recently, and we're actively working to get it back down. But all the rest of his profiles are currently removed. This is also a screen where you're going to be able to zoom in a little further and actually see what that underlying personal information that is fueling this footprint looks like. So you can see here, again, some of those things, whether it be name, home addresses, family member connections, phone numbers. You'll also see, this is where we're going to talk about what passwords have been exposed for Ben as well. I'll save Ben the embarrassment of sharing some of his password 123s that may have been breached in his younger years. And finally, you'll also be able to drill in here around what these scores are, what goes into fueling these scores, similarly to what you'd seen on the last screen. If you're ever doing an investigation into an incident or an individual and you want to see what may be populating something or causing something to happen, we're tying all of the things that are found on profiles, so it's very easy to follow the threads of what things were found and what within the score they've actually affected. I do believe I'm getting very close to the time here. Thank you so much, everyone, for the time today, and hopefully I get the chance to speak to you all real soon. Have a great day.
Yeah, Blake, that was great. Really fascinating area. I think it's all, for me, I know the first time that Matt and team provided this, it was like every consumer feels this pain. A lot of areas in cyber and AI are a little bit abstract, but this is one area that I think we all can feel personally, but also it's a key area for businesses to be thinking about going forward. So great talk, and really appreciate it.
Thanks, Mark. Have a good one.
All righty. Okay, with that, let me bring back Molly. Are you available? And we will queue up the next round. I think we've got your folks here. So let me add Nick and Steve. And you can do the intro. And then when they're ready to share their screens, I'll make sure that gets also promoted. So thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Nick and Steve. I don't know who was going to share the slides, but you can go ahead and do that. And then I'll just have a brief intro, and then I'll hand it over to you so we can get started. So Thanks everyone for joining the IANS session today with IANS faculty member Steve Martano, Senior Research Director Nick Kakalowski. Today's session is going to be on OT complexity, changing the CISO role in manufacturing. And then just a reminder, there will be an IANS prize pack awarded at the end of the session, so just make sure to participate and stay engaged in the chat as well. But I will turn things over to Steve and Nick, and we can get your slides up and kick it off.
All right, thanks so much, Molly. Steve, how's it going?
Good. It's good to see you, Nick. Thank you for the intro, Molly. Good to be here.
All right, thanks, everyone. We'll keep monitoring the chat. And if you want to interact with us at all, we'd love that to be conversational. We're working on getting the deck up. It's processing on my end. Folks in the back end, I don't know if you can help make that. There we go. So we're here to talk about how we see the CISO role in manufacturing starting to shift as OT complexity really changes some of the business objectives and ways of operating across the manufacturing sector. We were going to pull from data from the IANS and Artico CISO Compensation and Budget Survey and Staff Survey, which each year ends up having more than 1,000 respondents across CISO and staff roles. We gathered the data this year from April of 2025 on to really this past week or two. We just grabbed this manufacturing data a little less than a month ago, focusing primarily on a CISO audience. Steve, can you talk a bit about what we're trying to achieve with this research and how our partnership works?
Yeah, absolutely. So for those who don't know me, I'm a partner at an executive recruiting firm. I lead the cyber practice at Artico Search. I've been in executive recruiting since 2010 and really been focused on cyber recruiting since 2013 or so, as this function really evolved into an executive level function. And we've had a relationship with IANS throughout all of that. And some of you may have heard me speak, or Matt, my colleague Matt Cummins, speak at some of the IANS CISO roundtables talking about career development, and more recently talking about some of what we do with our survey. Going back, this is year 6, so going back 5 or 6 years ago, started talking with IANS about how there's so much noise out in the environment and in the ecosystem, noise regarding compensation, noise regarding reporting structure, budgeting that's just incorrect. And we know that from talking with individuals like yourselves and talking with practitioners all day long. Matt and I focus on recruiting CISOs and their teams for enterprise organizations, venture capital, and private equity. That includes a lot of depth within the industrial sector as well, with some Fortune 50 firms, as well as some private equity firm industrial CISO searches that we're doing just currently. So we talk to individuals like you all. We partner with IANS to get this data. We started asking just about compensation, then we started asking about budget, organizational design, and our sample size is at a scale at this point that we could get some pretty interesting, meaningful metrics and some benchmarking in various sectors, and manufacturing is one of them. So that's how we got to where we got, and that's what we'll be sharing today.
Yeah, really excited to join you all today. I'm a senior research director at IANS. I am responsible for all of our kind of CISO-focused and executive research for our community. It's really exciting to be able to talk about some of what we're seeing in manufacturing. We're going to focus on really 3 key themes that we see, and that is some very highly variable expectations for CISOs in this industry, really heavily growing budget pressure, and then we're going to talk through some recommendations to adapt in this environment. But Steve, let's zoom out really quickly before we get going. And just can you talk a bit about how you are seeing the manufacturing industry change and what kind of the state of the marketplace is right now?
Yeah, manufacturing is really interesting because I mentioned I started my recruiting career in 2010 before I went into full cyber recruiting. I was in the industrial practice at Russell Reynolds Associates. And so it was a time when automation was becoming a major issue, investment in supply chain, particularly around capital expenditures and what that meant from a security standpoint as we got into the security evolution. And so we've really tracked the manufacturing sector from the ground floor of what this means even before there were information security leaders that were considered at the executive level like we do now. From a broad standpoint, I think we're still trying to find an equilibrium of what an organization wants out of a security executive. It could be director level, it could be VP level, it could be true C-suite level, depending on the organization. I think that we see a little bit more maturity, sophistication, and investment. I know that we see more of that in organizations that are part of defense, for example. We think about defense contractors. We think about some of the larger scale organizations. We know that the early movers in this space, the General Electrics of the world, Honeywell, Schneider, organizations like that, they had been maturing programs really at a time earlier than some of the competitive set, some of the suppliers to those organizations. So it could have started with OEMs, it could have started with more systems manufacturers, but the more regulated, the earlier that this transformation started. We're at a point now where it's, how do we think about IT security with OT security, and how much software experience does somebody need? Because most of these embedded systems have embedded software and firmware in them. And so trying to find that balance, we're dealing with that right now with a portfolio company, a private equity fund, which was, okay, there's the nuts and bolts IT security for multi-site manufacturing, but how much DevSecOps does this person need? How often does this person need to be working with development teams? Do they need to be a software developer even though it's a hardware manufacturing environment? So trying to grapple with all of these questions and come up with what's the right persona, what's the right profile. It's not one size fits all, but organizations really vary in how they think about this role and how they think about the scope of this role.
Yeah, and that variability is reflected a lot in what we see when we look at our data on how the CISO is regarded in the industry. So what you're seeing on the top left is just an overarching, what organizational level is the CISO considered? This is self-reported data based on how the CISO sees themselves perceived within the business, because we know these titles and these levels can mean very different things across the organizations. What we see is a pretty high percentage of folks who are executive, senior vice president, and executive vice president level, and a very high percentage of folks who are director level, and a smaller pack in the middle. And that's also reflected when we look at where folks are in terms of how far away they are from reporting to the CISO and where they're considered in terms of their org rank from lines of reporting perspective. When we have this variance, that shows us significant gaps in maturity in the industry, and a situation where a lot of CISOs can feel a little trapped if they're in that director level role and they're ready to move up because there aren't necessarily many opportunities in that middle ground. And then the jump to those larger, more complex orgs that are regarding CISOs as executives can be complicated to make. Steve, can you talk a little bit about how you see this variability playing out in the real world?
Yeah, it's really interesting because I think most organizations, including ones that are smaller cap or mid cap, maybe call it under 500 million in revenue, even when it's director level, there's still an expectation that somebody will report to senior leadership or a board, at least in some cadence. Maybe it's once a year instead of every quarter. Maybe it's being in strategic quarterly business reviews with leadership teams, but not reporting to the board. But there is some elevation of the role compared to what it was 3 years ago, 5 years ago, particularly 10 years ago. And so it's how do you balance, if you're going to have a director of information security who's CISO and everything but name, why is it director level? Well, it's director level probably because of the compensation, the team composition, and that you really need somebody who's more tactical and operational and hands-on, which oftentimes, more often than not in this environment, means engineering centric or coming up through a security operations center with more of a SecOps kind of hands-on technical background, threat intel, things like that. The reality is that we talk about the differences in reporting and how far somebody is from a CEO, but the reality is that most organizations that we deal with, particularly at scale, so I'm talking about the Fortune firms, the Fortune 500 firms that are in the manufacturing segment, even if they have an information security leader reporting into a CIO or CTO, which is more typical than not, that CISO, more often than not, does have the ear of the CEO, and there's this dotted line reporting. Earlier this year, we did a CISO search for a Fortune 30 energy company, one of the biggest oil and gas companies in the world. And even though the CISO was reporting into another tech executive, that individual has line of sight and has continuity with the vice chairman of the organization. And it's one where they don't need to do everything through their manager. They don't need to do everything through the tech leader. They can go directly to the vice chairman. They can go directly to the CEO. And that's encouraged because it's so integral to their business. And so it really depends on the organization, but we're seeing that despite most people here 2 or more steps away from a CEO, many have direct line of sight, particularly at the larger firms.
How would you say the actual job of a CISO and responsibilities of a CISO are going to be variable in manufacturing for a CISO who's kind of in that more elevated executive role versus one who's more in the director role?
Yeah, it's really about scale and complexity more than anything else. Because if I think about the scope writ large is largely the same. You're protecting assets, you're protecting plants or manufacturing sites or pipelines or upstream, downstream oil and gas. There are certain assets out in the field. It's a distributed workforce and distributed operational model. And the information security is responsible for coming up with a strategy to protect all that. So then as we talk about organizational design, it's what does the team look like to enable to be able to do that? And it's combination. Again, talk about information security and just traditional network security. talk about the OT environment, which is really complex, particularly as organizations try to add more automation and AI. The vendor universe is really, it's very advanced, it's very complex, but it also leads to threat vectors. And we think about what that means in terms of risk posture and third-party risk assessment and zero trust initiatives and things like this. An information security leader, regardless of the scale, will have to be thinking about all of this, but it may be at a much, much lesser of a scale. I think about what we're doing now with this portfolio company. It's a multi-site manufacturing DoD supplier and kind of a tier 2, tier 3 supplier of different systems selling into defense. And there's still the regulatory implications of CMMC, the regulatory implications of customer requirements, selling into defense contractors, selling into the government. That comes into play, but it's vastly different than a Northrop Grumman or a Raytheon or a multi-billion-dollar organization, where CISOs from those platforms may be doing their assessment of the program, and they're finding assets and people doing security work. They may or may not be in an org chart. They may or may not be really accounted for in terms of asset management when doing a whole review of a program. I was talking to a CISO of a large-scale defense manufacturer who had been in the role for about a year and said, every time I go to a new site, I learn that we have more assets, we have more people doing security than I thought, we have unaccounted for computers and devices everywhere, and it's because of the complexity and the scale of the organization. And so thinking about what's right for your business and where you want to take your business, and do you have the mandate and the resources to actually be able to account for what you have from an asset standpoint? And does what you're doing operationally match the risk tolerance of the organization writ large? And this is complicated enough on its own in any organization, but I think in a multi-site, OT-focused, really challenging and complex environment, one that's global even, the manufacturing sector, this is really where it's very, very challenging to comprehend all this.
We see the job being very complex in manufacturing across the board. Why then is there such a big gap between where folks are regarded in the industry? Like, why do we still see, like, if I asked a member of the general security industry how they think of manufacturing compared to other sectors in terms of level of InfoSec sophistication, there's still a bit of a reputation of the industry being kind of maybe an up-and-comer, but a little bit behind some of the more regulated industries. But we are starting to see a significant cohort of manufacturers get very sophisticated about InfoSec. Why do we still see some orgs that are a little slower to play that, and how do you see those orgs growing and changing?
Well, it really depends on the segment within manufacturing. So, for example, you could have pharmaceutical manufacturing, which is highly regulated compared to other organizations. If you take consumer durables, for example, the IoT and embedded firmware in these manufactured systems is still relatively new. And so traditionally, most manufacturing companies have really been focused on, well, I think about my ROI of security in terms of downtime of a factory, so a ransomware event that takes something offline. And others will say, well, we have to be more compliance driven, where we have customers that are asking about specific compliance frameworks and things like this. And so there isn't continuity across all organizations, but I think that the thing that's really changed over time is how quickly things are moving and how quickly technology is being embedded in all different systems. And so while we would not look at the traditional manufacturing as the highest in compensation, it is one of the most complex information security jobs, because you have the software piece, you have the hardware piece, you have the plant piece, you have the IoT piece. Everything that all other organizations are grappling with are being put together in a manufacturing environment. And even the Fortune 100 industrial firms, they're not paying what the banks are paying, and it's a completely different skill set, and it's a completely different persona, because you're talking about protecting physical assets as opposed to just networks and being subject to regulatory requirements that are happening in the financial services sector, even the healthcare sector to some extent.
Before we slide on to the next slide, I want to double click on something you said earlier. You were talking about many of those CISOs who might not be reporting directly to the CISO, but are near the CISO and are considered on the C-suite.
The CEO, yeah.
CEO, sorry.
Yeah.
Having dotted line reporting to the CEO, having that direct access. Can you talk a bit about overall managing the direct reporting relationships versus the dotted line reporting relationships in an org, and how to kind of create some of those connecting points and build influence for folks who do not have that direct access now, but are looking to gain some of that direct access and dotted line accountability, whether it's with the CEO directly or other high-ranking executives?
Yeah, so I think articulating security as a team sport is really important, and thinking about not the hierarchical implications of what you're doing from an operational and strategic perspective, but knocking down barriers so that anybody in the organization can come to the security leader or the security program to ask for advice, to get a perspective on something. And I think that an information security leader who is viewed as an emerging technology expert, an AI expert, somebody who they're bringing the lens and the expertise of security, but is also serving as kind of the next generation thought leader within these areas, makes that individual really valuable. So a couple of things. I mean, one is you want to have your voice heard in the room, whether that's senior leadership meetings, whether that's a board meeting. You don't want narrative and messaging to be sanitized. So how do you do that? I mean, there are only so many minutes in a board meeting. There are only so many opportunities to speak in senior leadership meetings and quarterly business reviews. So it's the informal conversations, and it's the positioning oneself as the, look, I am a business risk leader with a major in cybersecurity and a major in security writ large. I can take that expertise and I could apply it to a whole variety of different topics and initiatives, because anything from a strategic perspective that an organization is talking about likely has a security implication. So knocking down those barriers, having a good relationship with your solid line manager, because at the end of the day, that's who approves your budget. That's where you talk about resourcing constraints. That's where you get your direction for your prioritization. But understand there may be a healthy conflict, particularly if you're reporting into a CIO or a technical leader or product leader, as some organizations do it, not a ton, but some. And I think that it's about saying, look, I'm a leader in this space. I have a perspective. It's a validated perspective, and it needs to be heard in the room. Those are the types of people that have the communication skills, the business chops, and the gravitas to be able to break down these barriers, where this chart in terms of who's your direct line reporting and what's your leveling in the organization becomes a lot less relevant to what is this individual bringing, how do they represent their program, and how do they match what we're doing from a strategic standpoint, bringing that down into security and being able to articulate the resourcing and strategic plan required to deliver those goals from a security perspective to achieve the company objectives.
Yeah, let's shift a little bit into that board reporting discussion as we see the ability to influence and engage at the board level becoming more and more critical for the CISO role. In manufacturing, there is still some pretty significant variability, with only 17% of CISOs reporting to the board quarterly. That number can be very different across industries. We see it significantly more frequently in some other industries than when we talk about normalized across InfoSec, but we still see about 37% getting quarterly frequency with subcommittees. Can you talk a bit about high level, how to leverage the full board meeting to gain influence versus a subcommittee meeting to gain influence?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think when it comes to governance and when it comes to interacting with board subcommittees or the board at large, it's taking advantage of the limited time you have, regardless of how often or not frequent it is. So something that's annual reporting, semi-annual reporting, ad hoc reporting, make the most out of that time, and then try to find who is on the board or a subcommittee that maybe has an affinity towards security. They're asking good questions. They're showing intellectual curiosity around the topics. Is there anybody that you could develop an informal relationship where you can, when the time comes, and naturally say, hey, I know that this is a big topic. I have a perspective on it from a security perspective. Or I saw there was a major breach at this cyber vendor, and here are my thoughts on it, even if we're not using that platform. I think that being proactive in building those relationships will go a really long way, because if you have advocates in the organization that are saying, well, we really need Jane or Bob, our CISO, in the room here because they have a perspective that ought to be heard, that's the best way to do it, rather than just pounding the pavement and saying, I should be there, I should be there. If people recognize that you have that perspective and it's really valuable in the room, that's an organic way to get more opportunities and get more reps with this audience.
Yeah, I really like that point about finding those advocates and building those relationships. What we see with so much with boards is every board's going to have its own culture. There might be the board that says we're always going to vote with person X if it's a technical issue because that person knows the technical stuff. There might be a board that says we're going to deal with almost everything at the subcommittee level, and when the full board meets, we're mostly hearing the reports of the subcommittees and checking those boxes for compliance purposes. So how do you advise CISOs who are kind of starting to get more board access to figure out the cultural norms and some of those unwritten rules of their boards so they can get more influence there?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think the first step is take an inventory of what you see and what you hear, so that you can show that you have decent EQ. Because if there's just if your manager is not getting any time with the board, it's unlikely that you will too, right? So being in tune with, well, what's the expectation here? What's happened traditionally? What's worked and why hasn't it worked? And I think this is where, if you're in a new role, you could really take the first 90 days and start asking probing questions. How often did the previous CISO report to the board? Did they report to the board? How did the organization view the reporting? I know many CISOs that take new roles and they say, I really have a change management issue on my hands, because the previous incumbent, whenever you would report to the senior leadership team, everybody would sit back in the chair and the eyes would roll. That's not what you want, and that's really difficult to overcome. So know what you're walking into first and foremost. Do an inventory of what the perspective is and what's been happening in the past. Secondly, I think it's just, again, having that perspective, having something to say that's unique and validated, but also understanding how are others in the organization doing this. So who are your peers, and how are they getting board access as well? So you may have something that's great to say that's totally relevant to the business, but if the board only hears from 4 people every time there's a board meeting, well, then you're probably not going to be the 5th. So just understanding from your peer group within the organization how they broke through. Another thing to do is take an inventory of who's on your board, what other boards are they on, and talk to those CISOs and connect those dots and say, hey, I see that we share a board member. Do you report to the board? How does this person think about security? And if appropriate, maybe reach out. Hey, I know you're on the board of this person. That other CISO is a friend of mine. It's just another piece of connective tissue that, oh, okay, this person knows what's going on. And I think it's understanding the perspective that your board members are coming from and connecting those dots so that you become perhaps a known commodity even before you meet them formally as part of the new position or the current position. I mean, there's really no bad time to do this.
Let's zoom in a little bit on subcommittees. This is the first year we're able to report this level of detail in our data. Can you talk a bit about normative expectations for how subcommittees function and how CISOs can really utilize that as a tool? Because I know I've heard from some CISOs that they will spend 90 minutes working hand in glove with a member of a subcommittee, and that's really where the influence will happen and where things will start to move. Can you talk more generally about that, and then kind of specifically about how to leverage influence there?
Yeah, so let's start at the board level broadly, right? I think people say, I go to the board for budget approval. You really don't. I mean, the board approves the budget, but it's the operational team that presents the budget to the board. So the board is really there for guidance, for strategic discussion around where the business is going and are you on track? They're making their strategic plans, the multi-year strategic plans, and then putting that on the operations team to say, this is what this is where we're going forward, and it's up to you to figure out how we're going to get there with our guidance. There's a governance component as well. A lot of it is financial related and much of it is risk related. And it's the risk piece that we get to the subcommittee level. You've got your compensation committee, you've got your governance committee, you've got your Gov-and-Nom committee. But it's the risk committee that is probably the most relevant to what we're talking about here. And so what they're doing is they're saying, okay, there's a specific area, the area of risk. Tech risk is a huge part of that. Think about operational risk, credit risk if it's a financial organization, operational risk. Tech risk is where the security piece fits into this, and operational risk can be in manufacturing as well. And so speaking the same language as them and understanding, maybe talking to your peers who present to the risk committee and previously and saying, what are the big topics? How are they thinking about challenges? Do they think about IT risk? Do they think about tech risk? Do they think about security? Does it ever come up? It's having those opportunities that are limited to really show your value, but you can really dive in. As Nick said, you're not going to get 90 minutes with the full board. You may or may not be able to do a tabletop exercise with the full board, but you probably can with the subcommittee. And so thinking about what the appetite is for the subcommittee to hear from you, what have they not heard in the past that might be helpful? What are your peers doing that are supporting subcommittees and giving them advice and really educating them on security from what it means from a governance perspective? So talking to your peer group and saying, hey, who here has done work with subcommittees or who broke through? What are some guidelines there? What are some action items there? What can I do to get better? I think that leveraging your peer group to understand that is incredibly valuable.
And then we think about some of the variability that we're seeing in the CISO role in manufacturing. We've got 37% of folks reporting quarterly to a subcommittee, 40% never. Similarly on the board, it's 45% reporting that never report to the full board. That's a pretty high number relative to what we're seeing in some other industries. We've talked a lot as we talk to CISOs and communicate with the community about how you can't necessarily paddle upstream against an org that is not going to regard the CISO in a more elevated way, that's not going to think of security as a high enough priority. But there is room for starting to influence and position yourself for greater influence within the business. How do you recommend folks who don't have board access start to elevate security's role and start to kind of move that needle in small incremental ways?
So my question to those individuals would be, how much visibility do you have with senior leadership team in general from an operational perspective? Because it's unlikely that you're going to get board access if you don't have credibility and you're not visible to those individuals. So that's where I would start. And the questions that I would ask are, okay, as we think about what we want to do from a strategic prioritization perspective, here are my thoughts on how security fits into that. Let's have a conversation on what that means in terms of risk. And so it becomes an education of it. And again, it becomes evangelism that even if you can't be in the room, who's somebody that could be your advocate in the room to say, gosh, it'd be really great to have that person's perspective in here. It's really difficult to do. And so you start with managing up and out. So I think it's working with peers in your organization to understand, well, are they getting the reps? Am I the odd person out? Or is this typical of the culture of the organization? But I think it's making the most of that time as well. And it's really difficult. It's really difficult to break through. But I think it does start with a good relationship with the CEO, the head of product, if it's a SaaS company, if it's a company that has SaaS solutions along with the manufacturing element, could be the engineering lead. Trying to find senior leaders in the organization that could be your advocates, and it could be general counsel, it could be compliance if there is a compliance officer. It depends on the organization. But who has the ear of senior leaders that you want to get to know? You could maybe learn from them and how they break through, and they could be that advocate for you.
And when we think about this specifically in a manufacturing context, a lot of this advice is evergreen and applicable to pretty much any CISO. We don't see most industries having this small of an amount of board reporting. Why is it, like, what is unique about manufacturing that creates this state of things, and how can CISOs work to counter some of those organizational expectations?
Well, part of it is just a lack of regulatory requirement in the space. And so the function can still be viewed as a cost center back office function. And you can only, if the only perspective of security is, I need security so that we don't have downtime in manufacturing, that's a pretty limiting mandate, and it doesn't really talk about risk all that much. As we think about embedded systems, IoT, OT systems, the software component of manufacturing, which is becoming more relevant with each passing year, that may be the catalyst to say, this is how software companies deal with these challenges. They're investing significantly in these programs. We have the same challenges, plus the whole host of legacy issues that we had before. We need to be thinking differently about security, to think of our peers not as necessarily the organization making widgets next door, but the software organization, because there is a software component to what we're doing. So who are we really comparing ourselves to, and in what ways, and how do we think about the future of security and where this business is going, rather than the legacy piece of where it's been?
I would echo that and add to it that as we see more and more opportunities for customization and for digitization in manufacturing, whether that's being able to have stronger robotics and automation in that vein, humans working next to robotics, things like safety, things like more ability to move fast and getting new production lines up, all have some security implications. And what we see is industries where security is closer to lines of revenue are moving fast to give the CISO higher rank and visibility within the business. And as manufacturing goes through something of a digital transformation, in part because of the rise of OT and what OT enables, in part AI, machine learning, robotics, we see more opportunities for CISOs to advance their position within the business.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because you have banks out there that say, oh, we're a digital company, when they're just a bank, right? Their tagline is they want to be a digital company. They want to think of themselves as a digital company. We don't hear manufacturing organizations saying, oh, we're partially a software company. I mean, it just hasn't been a narrative that's really taken hold yet. It might over time, but I think it's just so much about site reliability and ransomware. We need to get that's important, but we need to think beyond that and get out of just that piece of it, because this is much more complex than just that.
Yeah, and this divide is something that we see in shifts in how CISOs are being compensated in manufacturing. On one hand, I think the good news is if we looked at this data compared to past years, these numbers are incrementally continuing to move forward. The CISO role is gradually elevating, but I have never seen one of our compensation charts look like this, where it's almost like a camelback with two humps and a dip in the middle. It really shows that variance where we don't have kind of a bell curve with a lot of folks at one end, a lot of folks at the bottom, and some falling in the middle. We have very few folks really falling into that median. Steve, can you talk about how to navigate a marketplace with such variability in the compensation rates?
Yeah, this is really tough. I mean, there is a direct correlation to the scale of the organization. As we see here, it's scale and complexity. So global complexity, large scale, you're going to be more on the right side of that. It also depends on the segment as well. So as I look at this, I think, okay, when you think about all the way to the right, aerospace and defense, some oil and gas, some integrated manufacturers that are kind of those best-in-class blue chip names that we know. That's part of it too, from a durable standpoint. But gosh, in the middle here, I mean, the manufacturing segment is so diverse in terms of what's being delivered from a manufacturing perspective, what the regulatory requirements are. Is it private equity backed versus publicly traded? How global is the organization? How global is the supply chain of the organization? The more global, the more to the right this is going to be. The more complex the operations, the more to the right this is going to be. So thinking about that in the context of where are you today, where do you want to be, and how do you get there in terms of both career development and compensation? Because we often advise to people, you know, you could look at this and you could say, all right, I'm a CISO at a $300 million manufacturer today. I'd love to be a CISO at a $1 billion manufacturer, and that will likely come with a pay increase. But if you went to be a number two at a $10 to $20 billion company at a VP level or a director level even, you might make more money than leading a program that's in the $250 million range. So thinking about how you could tick the box on scale will also elevate the compensation and may put you in a position to be a larger scale CISO faster than just going up the CISO ranks in the more traditional way we think about it.
How would you describe the current state of the market as folks think about advancing their careers within manufacturing? Are you seeing the market heat up? Is it still fairly slow? Just can you talk about that at a high level?
It's improving every quarter and has been for the last year and a half. I think this quarter is better than the last quarter, which is better than the quarter previous to that. But we're not at a state of what it was in 21 and 22 when there was just people with multiple offers and everybody hiring, and it was a really boom market. Security budgets were increasing double digits across the board. Those days are over for now, at least. But what I would say is that our data indicates that most individuals, if given the right opportunity, will move for the next thing, and they have felt like that for a while. So there is the possibility that when we get to bonus time of 2026, people just say, you know what, I'm just taking the leap. I've been here 2 years longer than I want to. I just need a change of scenery. And it isn't to say it's going to be better, but at least it will be different. And there's a honeymoon period that comes with that. Maybe you get a slight increase in compensation with that as well. And so that's worth doing. So I think there will be more movement. I do think we're on the upward trajectory here. We seem to be on that path, but the tariffs, particularly manufacturing, have thrown things into a tizzy because it's really difficult to strategically plan if you don't know how much your costs of goods sold are going to be, and it's really difficult to estimate that. So this segment in particular has been really negatively affected by those conversations and the lack of a cohesive policy.
How do you think about the difference in what the job is for, say, a top quartile versus a bottom quartile CISO in this situation? Because it's not always a difference in like necessarily what the CISO is capable of, but more what the business is asking of that CISO.
If I think about the top 10% in terms of compensation, and we'll just call it capability and compensation, top 10%, it's really less about hands-on technical problem solving and more about strategic galvanization of a program and articulating that strategy and execution to the right audiences, be it regulators, be it customers, be it internally. We're talking large-scale programs and initiatives, $100 million budgets, 100 to 300 person teams, really, really complex, difficult, challenging problems. You take oil and gas, for example, some are running the infrastructure of countries, for example. I mean, that's very different than multi-site manufacturing for a consumer durables business or an automotive supplier or an electronics manufacturer. So it really does depend on what the expectations are from a regulator and customer perspective and how you fit in the broader chain of what's required. I mean, some manufacturing companies are critical infrastructure companies. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're being paid at the top. We could look at utilities as the prime example of that. So it really does depend. But I think that, you know, the searches that we do where the compensation is in the $300,000 to $500,000 range, they're just much more hands-on roles than they are for the $2 to $4 million range roles.
How does someone who's in that more hands-on role build a skill set to prepare themselves for the more advanced role?
I think it's being as diverse as possible in your background, getting exposure to different pillars, trying to elevate to do more strategic work in your area of focus. So, you know, anybody who has a broad mandate in what they're doing today, because I think, you know, at the average CISO in industrial, wearing a lot of hats. We talked about IoT security, OT security, manufacturing multi-site security, network security, et cetera. I think it's being focused in an area as well. So being well-rounded and have the diversity of experience, but knowing what you do best, and maybe being more strategic in those areas if you can, having a strategic perspective around a product security program or an application security program that might be the emerging technology of where you're going. Show some strategic leadership and be able to show that off internally, but also externally as well when you're interviewing for a program, for program leadership somewhere else, or number two somewhere else. I think that's just, it doesn't happen overnight. It takes time. And I think it's relying on mentors and people that you see have a similar path to you. I was talking to somebody yesterday who's on the software side, and she said, I'm thinking about security leadership, but harnessing that into more digital leadership. And so I linked her with another strong software female security leader who now is a chief digital officer at an organization. And I said, you should know each other because this is a proven path. How did you do it? How do you get it? It's scope expansion. It's being that problem solver. It's thinking more about the business holistically. And I think it's being a thought leader on emerging technologies, whether it's coming from customer driven or whatever the case may be, vendor driven. Having that perspective will be super valuable in the organization, and you'll elevate not as just being viewed as the back office engineer, problem solver, but really the strategic thinker when it comes to big challenges. Serving on an AI committee, for example, could be a perfect opportunity here. Not that you want to put more on your plate, because we know that scope is increasing and resources are not necessarily increasing at the same rate. But that if you're going to hitch your wagon to anything, being the strategic AI coordinator for security and having a perspective on what that means from an organizational perspective as it relates to risk tolerance, it's a great opportunity to show strategic chops and have your voice heard earlier on rather than when the decisions have already been litigated.
Okay, I think you're naturally transitioning us to talk where we're going to go next into budgets. But before we do, any final comments you want to make, Steve, on how you see the role of the CISO evolving and changing in the manufacturing sector? I think
if you get nothing else out of this, I think it's understanding that you're not alone, that your peer groups are suffering from the same challenges that you are. We're all trying to navigate through this together, and leveraging people in your network to understand what's working and what's not can be really helpful so that you don't end up spinning wheels, but don't feel like you're the only person that's suffering from some of these challenges and dealing with some of these challenges.
Totally. We see this, manufacturing is not alone as an industry going through this transitional period where there is variance between how businesses are looking at the CISO role and approaching it. There is not really a normative expectation. There are probably 3 to 5 cohorts of types of CISOs when we think about how businesses look at CISOs and approach them. Steve, your favorite way of putting it is what, we're 10 years into a 30-year cycle?
Yeah, I mean, I think so, right? And I think it's also worth pointing out that regardless of sector, we are seeing this transformation of convergence of tech and security. And so, you know, when we talk about scope increase, that's part of this as well.
Agreed. And it's going to be very unique in manufacturing as we have such strong boundaries between IT, OT. Right. We are seeing across the industry significant budget pressure. So in manufacturing, security budgets grew on average by 1% in 2025. You'll see that in the slightly circled chart in the bottom. But what we're also seeing is manufacturing is among the industries being hit hardest by slow budget growth. And when we look at the kind of, for lack of a better word, haves and have-nots in terms of budget growth in security, it is industries that are either very highly regulated or that perceive security as being close to their lines of revenue that are seeing the smallest hit in terms of budget growth, and organizations that are most likely to be impacted by macro conditions seeing the slowest growth. Can you talk about that a little bit more, Steve, and specifically in the context of manufacturing?
Yeah, the trend lines are the same across industries for the most part, and unless there is an exogenous factor like new regulatory requirements, take for in insurance, for example, things that need to be built that hadn't needed to be reported on from a governance perspective, that will change things. But the trend lines are pretty similar here. I think it's you see it being most affected in manufacturing again because of that macro uncertainty, and I think it's uncertainty that's driving a lot of this. We don't know. We can't estimate how much our goods are going to be next year. If you have an integrated global supply chain and you're sourcing materials from all over the world, you don't necessarily know how to plan for tariff policy and other macro conditions. And so because of that, it's just uncertainty in terms of budgeting. Hey, we've got to be really conservative because we don't know where the money's going to come from necessarily. And that's a really difficult place to be, particularly because, as we talked about, the challenges within the manufacturing segment are only getting more complicated, and the systems are only getting more integrated, and the software piece is only becoming that much more important. So all of this is to say, 1% year over year, that's going to be gobbled up from vendor pricing. That's actually probably a net negative for most people, and so keeping that in mind as well.
And as we look at this data from a year over year perspective, in the past years, we've been looking at manufacturing and saying, it's starting to emerge as a bit of an up-and-coming industry with more and more orgs recognizing the importance of cyber and maintaining reasonable levels of investment. And then this year, we see that drop down to just 1% growth. Steve, do you view this as something of a setback for security, how security is perceived in the industry, or is it purely a result of macro conditions? And if so, how do you recommend CISOs work to advocate for their needs within the org and make sure they don't lose momentum in terms of growing their program and progressing?
Yeah, I mean, look, somebody who's getting 1% year over year, both in graduate, is probably losing momentum, and that just sort of is what it is. It's really difficult. It's really difficult to operate in these types of environments, but I think that much of manufacturing can be really cyclical as well. If we think about the consumer pricing index, we think about automotive, we think about the different segments within manufacturing. Inflation has an effect on some of these segments. Defense is dependent on a lot of macro conditions as well, and government spending in particular. So it's what segment of the market are you in, and what does the future look like over the next year or two? Hard to prognosticate that, but I think that you have a pretty good idea of what the general sentiment is as an organization, and you may end up in a manufacturing recession that's hitting manufacturing more than software, for example, but just depends. And I think it's understanding, what does this look like in terms of budget growth compared to the peers? Because an organization is barely giving anything to security in terms of an increase. Is marketing getting a huge increase? Probably not. Are they investing a lot on the sales side? Probably not. So I doubt that this is happening in a vacuum.
As CISOs think about that, where were you seeing them adjusting their spend priorities in such a tight climate?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's what tools are you making the best use of the tools and technologies that you have internally, first and foremost. So doing an assessment of, is there something that we're not leveraging that we can? Most CISOs that we've talked to over the years say, I can get money for tools, but I can't get money for people. So is there anybody that's an expert in a specific tool that you could leverage to be doing 10% more? What automation can you use to free people up to do other things that are going to be cost effective? But I think broadly speaking, it's thinking about where the organization is going strategically. So in an era right now with very limited budget growth, my guess is that most organizations don't have huge growth aspirations for 2026, but they may. And if there's a big M&A component to your organization, who's going to staff that? Who's going to resource it from a security perspective? How embedded is security in the due diligence of those potential acquisitions? Thinking about what you're hearing from a broader perspective within your own business and what the security implications of that are. If you have flat budgets and you're going through a major cloud transformation, or something like that, or some sort of major digitalization effort, how does that work? It's what are we deprioritizing in order to fund those types of initiatives? Particularly when it comes, you're going through a major OT transformation, which a lot of organizations are. They're doing assessment, they're trying to segment plants, they're trying to segment systems, things like that. There's a huge capital expenditure cost to that, even before you get into the general operational expenditures of that, just for general care and feeding. And so thinking through, what are we trying to do from an organizational perspective, and how do we marry that with the security objectives and that are really going to enable that to be able to happen?
I want to lean in a little bit on what you said about folks being willing to invest in tools over people, in part because it's something that we see reflected in our next slide. As we look at the breakdown of spend in manufacturing, what we see is it's pretty close to the norm of other industries in terms of total spend on software and tools, but 7% lower in spending on staff and compensation, which is a pretty huge margin. We very rarely see more than a couple of percentage points of variance year over year in any of these charts. So to see that manufacturing is spending 7% less than most orgs in staff and compensation shows a lot of teams that are going to be trying to get more done with less in terms of human resources. How are you seeing CISOs navigate that space, and what are you seeing them do to kind of adapt and adjust?
Yeah, I mean, some of it, we see the outsourcing numbers a little bit higher compared to the aggregates. So some of that is leveraging MSPs and leveraging partners and leveraging outsourcing in some ways. But we also see that the project budgets are higher as well. So when we talk about segmentation efforts, we talk about OT programs, whether it's there are a lot of these branded programs out there. You hear about Danaher Business Systems, for example, is one of the well-known ones. And I think that there are organizations that are going through these project-based initiatives that have some security implication, but you're being asked to do more with the same staff that you have, and staff increase is not keeping up with the project increase and the scope increase within the function, and that's where the challenge is. And so maybe leveraging your partners as best you can, both internally and externally. So from an MSP standpoint, maybe asking them to do more to free up some of your people. Maybe it's, we hear of CISOs in different organizations, manufacturing and others, where they'll take people out of engineering in a rotational program that are project-based programs, people who maybe have an interest in security, or who have volunteered to do a rotational program, something like this. There are ways to solve this, but it's not easy.
How do you recommend folks think about that? Because I did want to draw attention to that point you made about project budgets being higher. When you are chasing after big projects but lack staff, how do you free up resources to do that effectively? How do you recommend folks think about managing that pressure it puts on a team to say, like, hey, we're doing this big initiative to solve problem X. We have to still maintain our day-to-day, and we don't have more resources coming in.
Yeah, some of it is leveraging additional capacity through automation. Some of it is a deprioritization of some of the operational responsibilities, where you say, okay, we're going to focus some of these efforts on the project for a shorter period of time, and somebody's pulling double duty. That's probably the least attractive, because that can cause attrition and that can cause burnout potentially. But we do see that in a lot of cases as well, where it's, well, we're going to be working on this particular project, and we're just going to be burning the candle at both ends, understanding that this may be just for a finite time. I think of a utilities client of ours that they're just, they're responsible for some pretty huge world events. And so when you ask the prioritization, they're like, we have like 7 major priorities that are project-based. They're not part of the operational routine. But we are preparing for them. If you think about host cities for different international events, you think about just things like that. It's a huge challenge.
I also find that what we're hearing from a lot of CISOs as we think about automation and AI is, can we find ways to take some of the most kind of tedious menial tasks that our workers are getting bogged down in and find ways to get them automated and replace them with AI? What are you seeing in terms of within manufacturing? What kinds of tasks are like the low-hanging fruit?
Yeah, that's a good question too. I mean, it definitely is repetitive tasks, repeatable tasks, things that are coming. Could be customer questionnaires, things like that. could be ticking the box on a compliance framework. It's, I would love to throw it to the group if anybody has any additional thoughts, being practitioners in this area. But those are what we hear, and those aren't necessarily manufacturing specific, but that's what we've heard out there in the market.
I think that's a reflection of what I'm hearing as well. Let's shift a little bit and talk about how security spending is being prioritized. We do see a bit of a tick down this year in security budget as a percentage of IT spend. At a macro level, we tend to attribute that to just some recovery in the IT space. We've seen IT budgets, at least we've heard anecdotally of IT budgets getting hit pretty hard over the past few years, and there's just some recovery happening in that space. We also see manufacturing has made a huge jump from 2020 on average, it just being 4.8% of the security budget as a percent of IT budget, all the way up to 8% now. How do you look at this as kind of both a sign of maturity's maturation, and then what do you recommend folks do, or how they should be thinking about the dip this year?
Yeah, I think that overall the trending is positive, and I think that this has happened as organizations have started to think about security more holistically again, particularly as we talked about related to OT systems and maybe even some product security and application security initiatives within the manufacturing products and sites and all those types of things. As we think about the dip this year, I mean, look, this is just, we're in an environment where things are getting really difficult. And I would also say that more so than ever before, we see that there are some tech budget being spent, money being spent by tech that's actually solving some security challenges. And so the budget is part of the tech budget, but it actually is accounting for some security scope. So that could be part of this. I don't look at this and say, gosh, it's fallen off a cliff, right? I think it's almost double what it was in 2020. And I think it's a really good thing. And I think it is well, look, we have to get more sophisticated. The world has changed a lot in 5 years in terms of automation and AI and machine learning. And all of that has implications for IoT and OT security, which just should be top of mind for any manufacturing information security leader.
So when you talk to CISOs about how they are going about getting the spend that they need, and we think about how the business is prioritizing security, what is your advice for them in terms of figuring out the right way to ask for budget, how to figure out what they should be asking for in the first place?
So yeah, I mean, first of all, it's understanding what are other groups asking for, because you want to be at least somewhat aligned with that. It shows really naivety if everybody has flat budgets and you ask for 30% increase, like that's not going to happen, right? So I think it's understanding where your business is trending in terms of broad budget increases, decreases, flatness in general. So start there. Secondly, it's where are you on your security journey? What are you really trying to achieve? What's part of your multi-year strategic plan that leadership has been bought into? What's going to need to be put on hold? And how do you advise taking the constraint in resources and saying, okay, look, I recognize that we're probably flat on budget. We might even be net down when we account for some of the vendor pricing and solutioning that are part of our deals here. As we think about the program, here's where I think we need to deprioritize, reprioritize, and here's how it affects the risk posture of the business, and let senior leaders make that call with your guidance. It's, hey, we were supposed to take our OT program, let's say you have 50 sites. Over the last 3 years, we took it to 30 of those sites. Well, we don't really have the resourcing and budget to get to the next 20 in this upcoming year or two. We're flagging that as a risk. So we either need to invest in it, or we need to understand that it's a risk, and you take it from there.
I think that business acumen is something that we are seeing more and more CISOs gaining, and our data is reflecting that as we look at the way security continues to remain a priority despite slowing budget growth.
Yep, exactly.
But as we see this budget growth slow, what we are seeing is it's happening a lot at the team level. So this chart is speaking to different team sizes, just how understaffed those teams feel. So the lighter colors indicate more overstaffed. So the gray is significantly understaffed. The light blue is somewhat understaffed. The electric blue is they have enough staff, but they're stretched very thin. And the dark blue is adequately staffed. But I want to note what we don't have on this chart is something we are seeing consistently across all industries, is that staff growth is slowing even more precipitously than security budget growth. We are seeing a major dip to the point that having flat spending on staff is the new normal in most organizations. We are not seeing staff cuts at scale, but we are seeing flat to minimal budget increases becoming more normal, and a greater turn to automation and even AI to try to keep staff from being overly stressed, not necessarily to replace the need to hire, but to get by for longer without hiring. As CISOs navigate this environment, Steve, what's your advice for them to think about keeping morale up, keeping folks engaged, and thinking about the long-term growth and path for their team?
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, I think that most CISOs, and it's reflected here, even in the best of times, I think most CISOs would say it'd be nice to have one more set of hands. So I think that we need to take this with that in mind and in that context. But if we had the ability to do a poll here, I would love to know how many organizations are on the line are in a hiring freeze in security, because from our experience, it's quite a bit. And when there's some attrition through retirement or somebody leaving, oftentimes it's not restaffed. And so how do you leverage tooling and AI and processes to be able to fill in for some of what that person was doing? But the reality is most teams are stretched thin. They are overextended. So how do you think about solving for that? Earlier I had mentioned going to different groups and seeing if somebody has an affinity for security and putting them on project basis, but you're really just borrowing from another group that may be equally as thin. So doing that with the right thoughts in mind and doing it with a group where it's either borrowing for a period of time or there's a specific reason. Maybe somebody just wants to change and there's threat of them leaving the organization. You could open up another door for them internally, potentially. I think it's giving people within security as well access and visibility to other areas of the business or other areas of security that if they were to take a different job, they would not have. So this person is a known commodity. You want to keep them on the team. You don't want them to leave. You want to keep them engaged, and they have the intellectual curiosity and they're asking really good questions about different topics. Put them on a cross-functional team, put them on a scrum team, put them on a different type of committee, put them in front of other leaders where you're trying to solve things on a project basis. Are you driving an application security program that's new? Put somebody with a different type of background in the room, have them talking to different groups. This is where you, as the current employer that knows this person and likes this person, has the advantage over an organization that doesn't know them at all.
When we look at some of our underlying data here, particularly around managers and directors and leaders within the security team, and I know you do a lot of searches that are not just the CISO level, but the leadership level, we hear a lot about folks feeling a little stuck in their role and dissatisfied because there isn't necessarily a clear opportunity for them to move up in terms of rank. As you interact with folks at those levels of the business, what's your advice for giving them growth opportunities that help them feel like they're progressing in their career while the marketplace is so slow and there isn't necessarily an immediate opportunity for them just to jump into the next CISO role?
Yeah, I think that if you looked at your organization at a high level, everybody could use help. I think most people would say that their teams are stretched thin. So what can you do to be a resource for other groups? How can you partner with manufacturing teams to get better at what you're doing? How can you integrate security earlier into a development cycle for embedded software that's going into your products? Doing things that will differentiate yourself. So to say, yeah, I'm a manufacturing CISO, but I also I was instrumental in driving this development program, and I was working closely with our product teams as we designed new embedded systems. That's great, and that's, I think, an opportunity for potentially for people. It's seizing the moment on things like that, while also recognizing, we hear, oh, is the CISO kind of a dead end job? And it's sort of like asking, well, if I'm a finance person, is a CFO a dead end job? It's like this is the culmination of your career. Continue to expand, continue to grow. At some point, you may say, hey, this isn't necessarily the right platform for me. I'm not learning at the pace that I want to. I want to go do something different. Maybe it's a number 2 somewhere else. Maybe it's a number 1 somewhere else. But in the meantime, what other muscles can you flex in the organization? What other relationships can you have with cross-functional peers or groups that maybe have limited interaction with security, but there's opportunity to do things better, faster, more efficiently?
And what's your advice for someone? So when I look at this data, I'm struck by the challenge for folks with fewer than 10 employees on the team. Those are the most significantly understaffed. We will frequently hear of teams where it's like they have a CISO and maybe 1 direct report. it can be very hard to hire when that basically means doubling your staff budget. What's your advice for those folks, and how do they navigate this kind of environment?
I think so. I think that there's a big difference in nobody else on the team, one person on the team, and 9 people on the team. And we categorize them all here together, but I think that those are all really different. So let's take them individually. The army of one is not going to be sustainable. I mean, it's really challenging because every incident, you're on the phone. Every problem, you're answering questions. Every customer query, it's you getting the call. You can't take a weekend off or go on vacation, and that really is not sustainable. I think even having 1 or 2 people on the team is really helpful, just to bring more diversity of experience and just different perspectives that you as a security leader can bounce off somebody else who at least understands your discipline. But 2, that the organization doesn't always have to go back to the well with the same person. And I would use our data to say, look at the satisfaction metrics here and the attrition metrics. I really like my job here, but I can't be doing this all myself. It's just unsustainable. And if an organization is scaling where it is becoming unsustainable, the leadership probably knows that too. So that's the zero and one piece of it here. When we talk about lean teams in that, like, call it 4 to 10 people, that's where you're probably going to be doing a lot of technical hands-on work. You're going to be serving as a player coach, but you're also going to be doing the strategic work as well. And if you're that army of one, you might be doing that too, which just makes it that much more difficult. But I think enabling and empowering your teams to really go with your direction and checking back with them at different times, but saying, I'm a resource, I'm here, I've got you from an air cover standpoint, but go and do the work, and let's talk about best practices and learn as you go. But really empowering teams to be able to do that so that you can elevate yourself and do more of the strategic work. There's always going to be a tactical and operational element at teams at this scale. It's inevitable. And I think that just comes with the job. That job spec is going to look really different than the head of security at the 120 person security team leadership role.
Totally agree. And as we think about changes at the team level, we are seeing some normative team structures emerge in the industry. So this chart is showing you what we are increasingly seeing as a prototypical org chart in manufacturing. I want to walk through some of the nuances though. So we see for leadership and strategic roles, that percentage is the percent of the budget that typically gets spent on leadership and strategic roles. We frequently will see deputy CISOs and BISOs in large organizations. You see those roles very much tied to scale. Then when you look at SecOps, GRC, IAM, architecture, engineering, privacy, AppSec, and product security, those are all functional department heads, which a given team may or may not have. Again, that is heavily dictated by scale and to a degree by industry. And I'll have Steve unpack that in a little bit more in just a minute. And then we are seeing that within the SecOps category, 27% of the staff budget tends to go to SecOps people, with incident response making up 10% of the overall security staff budget and threat intel making up 3% of the overall security staff budget. Then under the architecture umbrella, we also see network security, a network security team existing, reporting into the head of architecture and engineering, making up around 7% of the overall security team budget. And then you have some cross-functional disciplines like cloud security, security awareness, training, and other staff that make up those respective proportions of the budget. So we see staff spend being pretty variable across the budget, with SecOps being pretty dominant in manufacturing compared to other industries where SecOps is usually around 19% of the budget. But Steve, can you talk about the right time? Let's start at the functional head level. So there's heads of SecOps, heads of GRC, heads of IAM, et cetera, determining kind of the right time to start adding those roles to the team.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the revenue milestones and how you're supplementing some of this with MSPs. So our smaller clients, call it under 250 million and under, they're leveraging an MSP. They're not building team members necessarily in terms of security operations and incident response, but they're leveraging MSPs, and they may have organizations from an IR perspective on retainer in case something does happen, right? Whether that's a Mandiant or organization similar to that, or more, usually it's smaller companies, more boutique organizations doing similar type work. So that's part of it. I think it's where is the business going and how does it affect the risk posture of the organization? So for example, most organizations in manufacturing do not have a dedicated application security or product security team. More and more are starting to, because the product portfolio is changing to the point where you actually need those teams because of the embedded systems being manufactured, and because you really want to go a little bit more from the reactive into the more proactive, getting involved in the development cycle on the software side earlier rather than later. So that may come with time as the product portfolio changes. But what you don't want to wait too long, because at some point you're going to be breaking a process that's probably consistently been working for a while. So that's a little bit about it as well.
Why would you, what would you attribute the fact that SecOps gets such a large share of the security budget in manufacturing compared to other industries?
I think because security is still viewed more reactively than proactively. And so the focus on architecture and engineering, I mean, the other thing is just segment dependent too. The focus on architecture and engineering is critical to SaaS product build, and it's critical in more technically aligned organizations as opposed to how you would think about traditional manufacturing. But this, again, we go back to the theme of there is no such thing as traditional manufacturing anymore because of the product security implications of what's being built. So I would expect that this will start to shift a little bit more with time. Also, tech organizations particularly that are high risk products, they spend a lot on identity and access management, privilege access, and things like this, and you have to define what that really means. In manufacturing, there may be a facilities component to that. There is somewhat of a systems component to that, but when you have segmented systems by site, it maybe becomes a little bit less important compared to some of the other organizations out there that are outside of the manufacturing sector. So that could be part of it as well. And then from a GRC perspective, look, only certain portions of the manufacturing space are regulated. We're not talking about banking, healthcare, fintech, and things like that.
As we think about the leadership side of this, particularly I want to zoom in on the deputy CISO and BISO roles. When is the right time in an organization's growth process to start thinking about adding those roles, and what are some best practices to think about as orgs do so?
I would look at peer groups and see what their organizational design looks like, and start talking to peers at organizations that your company aspires to be. I mean, if you're a publicly traded company, your competitors are listed right in your annual filings, so that's easy to see. But if you're at a privately held organization or a small organization, who's your company aspiring to be, and how did that head of information security build their team over time? I think that there's a lot to be said by talking to people who've gone through the process already. And that can really help you as you think about where the organization is going. Leadership doesn't necessarily need to feel like they're best in class, but they don't want to be falling behind either. And if you say, well, I've heard a few times that we're trying to emulate what this company did, when this company was at our stage, here's how they were thinking about organizational design. That can actually go a pretty long way.
How do you think about succession planning in industries like manufacturing where teams can be so tight? Do you see deputy CISO roles working well, and why or why not?
Across sectors, deputy CISOs very more often than not do not end up taking the top job when there's a departure. Some of that is political. It's like, oh, that was tapped by a person who left us, and so we don't necessarily want just that person's number one coming up and being elevated. Some of it is due diligence of, we know what we have, but how does it compare to what else is out there? And I think the best way to succession plan in general is to give individuals the reps and opportunities with cross-functional leaders so that the whole organization is bought into this leader this pillar leader, call it, in security, being the next program leader. And some people are able to knock down that barrier and be viewed differently, and others, it's too far afield, and they're going to need a change of scenery to be able to be thought of in that way. And oftentimes it's too bad because that person has a lot of institutional knowledge, but sometimes organizations just can't get over that.
Great. Let's kind of start to wind down. We've got about 15 minutes left, and talk about what we recommend for folks as they try to adapt in the kind of this environment where the industry is both changing pretty quickly, but also still having a great deal of variability in terms of expectations on the CISO role and the team. One of our first key recommendations is simply to diversify your skill set as a leader, whether you are a CISO, whether you are a manager or director. Being able to find time to take on new tasks and take on new projects and show value to the business becomes critical in gaining influence and visibility into those lines of business. Steve, can you elaborate a bit on how to go about doing that and some places to start working on that?
Yeah, it's again, I think it's viewing yourself as a person who is a business risk leader with a major in security, and diversifying the skill set to bring that thought level expertise and that thought leadership to other parts of the business, whether it's emerging technologies, whether it's efficiencies, whether it's program leadership in OT or IoT transformational projects. The more that you can work across different groups and the more that you can diversify your skill set makes you, one, indispensable to your current organization, but two, more marketable to the next role.
How do we think about this? You see this in some sectors, manufacturing at times in retail, even healthcare a lot too, where you get this rhetoric almost like, hey, stay in your swim lane, CISO, security leader, be worried about what's going on back in the tech stack, be worried about keeping hackers out of our system, don't worry about this overarching risk that the business is worrying about. As we see orgs put CISOs and leaders into that box, how do they find time and space in their workload to get out of it?
It's about connecting the dots. So that's all well and good. And yes, you need to protect the network. And yes, ransomware is probably at the top of a lot of senior executives' minds when it comes to security, because that's what they've most seen about in the news. But I also think about privileged access. I also think about DevSecOps. I also think about how architecture and even third-party vulnerabilities can really lead to challenges. And so being a leader in, look, this is what's affecting the macro. This is what is affecting our competitive set. This is what our peers are thinking about in terms of risk and in terms of challenges out there and in terms of the emerging threats. I think it's connecting those dots, showing what peer groups are doing and how they're thinking about these challenges. Because again, even if your organization doesn't want to be the leader, they don't want to be the laggard either. So a lot can be gained by saying, our peer group is doing this, why are we not? Or our peer group is doing this, here's how I think we should address it as well in a cost-effective way. That can be really helpful.
What are you seeing leaders who are finding that time delegating or moving off of their plate so that they can do that? Because we see often in sectors like manufacturing where scope creep has been so vast, where, oh, there's a new problem in issue X, let's just throw that onto the CISO, where CISOs or other executives just can't find time to think about overarching skills that are part of their overall personal growth. What do you see as you go through searches and see folks that their resume pops? How are they getting that time and creating that time?
Yeah, I mean, they're offloading. They build really strong lean teams around themselves. They're leveraging the expertise of those people to be able to go and run their pillars or run their functions within security with minimal oversight. So there's just stage gate checks, and it's the CISO is much more about the narrative around change management and resourcing and how you think about program build and program maturity versus the operational piece of it.
I really want to underline and bold what you just said there, because when we talk to some of these CISOs who are leading really giant programs and are in super strategic roles, what we hear is almost managing an excellent team is effectively functions as table stakes to get them into those jobs. The team has to not be on autopilot, but have such strong leadership and such strong guidance that the CISO can step a little bit out of that managing the day-to-day role. Steve, it seems like you have something on the tip of your tongue.
Yeah, and well, also, I mean, be indispensable. And I think what I mean by that is be the person that the organization relies upon to talk about the risk environment and to talk about the emerging threats. I know CISOs who want to retire and the organization's like, can you just give us another 6 months? Can you just give us another 3 months? Can you just give us another year? And it's hard to get the succession in play because the organization just keeps pulling them back in. But it's that type of leader and it's that type of personality and it's that type of gravitas that really differentiates people, that gets them into the 7-figure compensation.
Yeah, so when we talk about diversifying your skill set, it's not the simple like, oh, go take a couple of professional development courses or go sit on one committee. It's also about positioning yourself in the organization to delegate and have the team running so effectively that you are free to go chase strategic initiatives within the organization that are going to give you that variable skill set and varied value to the organization. And
Exactly.
what we hear a lot from some of these really high-end CISOs is just that they have become all-purpose problem solvers in the business.
Yeah, it's so much about soft skills training too. I mean, we had the opportunity this summer to host 30 next generation cyber leaders, non-CISOs who were learning from us as career advisors and recruiters and experts in the space, along with some people who we call godfathers and godmothers of the industry, have been around for a really, really long time. So diversify your mentor segment as well, and have somebody that you're aspiring to learn from, and come up with strategies to enhance your soft skills and enhance your gravitas and communication cross-functionally, just to be a better business leader. Again, think about it as business leadership with a major in security and tech risk.
And this brings us naturally into the point about building influence. What we are also seeing CISOs who are managing to kind of grow their programs in this difficult time, they're doing it because they have the organizational relationships to tie what they're doing in security directly to business objectives and cross-functional growth initiatives. And Steve, you really talked about this in two areas. I'd like you to zoom in on each separately. First being the peer relationships with other executives in the business, and then second, your peer network across the industry and being able to understand what peer businesses are doing and compare with. Starting out, how do you start to strengthen those internal relationships with other executives and start getting that influence within the business?
Yeah, so there's only so much time in the day. We've talked this entire time about how difficult it is to find time to do other things. It's picking your spots to invest in the space in terms of time, because time is the most valuable resource. And so what groups are going to give you access to the people that you want? Part of the reason that we partner with IANS is because of the faculty network, and that IANS provides actionable insights for people and for organizations. And that's super, super important, right? So it's hitching your wagon to organizations that are going to be most impactful. They're going to give you impact to the right people, both from a learning and mentorship perspective, but also from a peer group perspective. And making an effort to get outside the four walls, take the time to develop those skills, because the external piece is almost as important as the internal piece. The internal piece is important, but those individuals that you're developing rapport with may not stay at the platform forever. So the more that you can diversify your mentorship, your network, that's also very likely where you're probably going to get your next job opportunity from as well. So thinking about career development in that sense too is super important.
Yeah, and then as we talk about building influence, there's also that influence within the industry, going to conferences, building peer relationships, to the point that you've made that orgs want to be able to compare to other orgs and not fall behind. How do you see that? What are the best venues within manufacturing for that? And what are you seeing some of the leading CISOs do successfully there?
Yeah, it's a good question, right? Because you can go and be the small fish in the big pond of the black hats and the RSAs, and you could be really busy and meet a lot of people, but they're really just kind of drive-bys, introductions, and you're not really spending time with individuals and problem solving. So I think about the more boutique conferences. There's a manufacturing security conference in Chicago coming up in October. I'll be speaking at that. It's October 15th. So that's one. But it's the more intimate gatherings where people say they get the most out of it. At least that's what people tell me, because it's the off script. The sessions are great, but it's the time in between, staying with a cohort of your peers, that you get to say, we touched on this a little bit, or this was touched upon in the panel discussion, but here's my specific problem. Is anybody else kind of dealing with that? And breakouts and individual conversations to help you problem solve can really solve a lot of problems. And not only that, but these people become sounding boards for you. And that's super important as you think about where you want to take your career.
And I'd say that especially in sectors like manufacturing, where we see such a divide as to how the business regards security, is that's where you can get those intel to find those orgs that are kind of at that precipice of, the business has been regarding us as a less critical role, but we are seeing our business grow into that role, and here are some other peers that are doing it. Now's the time to really flip that switch and start elevating the security program.
Yeah, exactly. Which brings us to the third point here.
Is going really deep into the business. We are seeing leading CISOs spending more of their time understanding how the organization's revenue models are shifting, what the broader business strategies are, and less of their time in the technical work, as that technical work becomes table stakes for the role. Steve, what's your recommendations for folks to start clearing out time in their day to get to know the business better, and steps to take to get to know the business better?
Yeah, the most important thing you could do is really understand where the business is going, being engaged in quarterly business reviews in a formal setting and leadership team meetings in a formal setting, but informally having conversations with peers and other functional leaders and saying, what are you most concerned about? You know, we're doing all this budget planning, we're doing resourcing planning for 2026. What is driving the way that you're thinking about budget growth, or what are you most challenged with heading into 2026? There may be security implications to what they're saying, but I think it'll just give you a better sense of where business leaders in general are thinking about problems and challenges, and what do you feel really good about? You know, what are you most bullish about going into 2026? Ask people internally, get a sense of what your peers are thinking, because that'll give you a holistic view, likely, of where your organization is going.
And this goes back to a little bit of what we discussed when we talked about the boards, and that there's so much cultural variance here too. Like, you will see businesses that are pretty candid about their growth strategies internally, that where there might be a pretty clear sense of, this is where we're going as an organization, this is how we're going to get there, and everyone's following that. You might have other businesses that might have a high level mission for the year, but might have a bunch of things that they're working on behind the scenes that only a small number of stakeholders actually know about, because there's just reason to not have full transparency to those things. Steve, how do you start to do some of those kind of behind the scenes politics maneuvers to really get that hands-on awareness of not only where the business says it's going, but where the business really is going?
It's really all relationship building, right? And it's formal relationship building and informal relationship building. Does your organization have a mentor program that's official? If not, you know, who is nodding their head when you're talking in a meeting? Who's asking good questions when you're talking in a meeting? And I think that it's identifying those individuals and gaining more of a rapport with them. I think that's how you stay integrated and keep your pulse on what's actually happening.
I think that's where these three things do kind of conflate into one overarching piece of guidance that we would say is, start rethinking what your role as a CISO or security leader really is. In some cases, we see CISOs or security leaders operating almost in a bimodal way, where part of their job is being just fully out in the business, solving general digital problems and helping the org think about digital risk. And then they have the part of their job where they're at the team level. Now we have other CISOs where they want to be doing that and the business seems to be holding them back, and they've got to start figuring out how. And that's where the challenge comes, is when your perception of the job you want to be doing within the business and should be doing within the business becomes different from the organizations. Steve, how do folks navigate that kind of discongruence between what the business might be asking from them and what they perceive the business needing from them?
Yeah, it's really difficult. I think it's just understanding where's your business going from just a broad standpoint. Like, what are the aspirations of the business, and how does that align itself with where you think it should go? Because, you know, look, again, you want to be viewed as a business partner. You want to be viewed as a business risk leader. You know, there will be some sort of healthy conflict in most organizations. There is. But are you at least marching to the same goals, and is it achievable? And is the risk tolerance of the organization match your risk tolerance as an individual? Because it's when there's a divergence there that people really feel like they need to get out, just from a personal liability and personal brand perspective.
Great. We've got about 3 minutes left. If anyone wants to get any other questions in the chat, we're happy to answer. I believe we can just use the comments segment of the chat. But Steve, any final remarks?
Look, I think it's continue to understand where your business is going. Do your best to expand your network externally as well, and know where your peer group is going, so that you can come up with a perspective that's market validated. And don't think about security in a vacuum. Think about it as part of this broader ecosystem that it is.
And one final question for you on my end is, if you look at the overall security marketplace, and as we think about how different industries are regarded in InfoSec, how would you portray kind of the current state of manufacturing?
It's exciting times because things are changing really rapidly, and we kind of need to hope for some macro stability so that we can have budgets, resourcing, teams, and really vision that aligns with the changes that are happening. Because right now it's a really difficult segment and sector to be in because of these challenges, both at the macro level, but challenges because these organizations and these businesses are changing so rapidly.
Yeah, I totally agree. We see this happen every few years in some industries, where the challenges kind of reach a certain precipice where they are emerging because the businesses are growing and changing and having new opportunities for security to really advance within the organization. And this is a really exciting time for manufacturing.
Exactly. Yep.
So folks, thanks for your time today. Steve, thank you so much. This is really fun.
Yeah. Thanks to Sith. Thanks to everybody. It's been a pleasure. Thanks, Nick.
Hand things back to the Sonic team. Take us home.
Thank you, guys. Let me get you guys removed, and we'll bring back in Molly. Molly, I know it's been a long, exciting day. Any final thoughts or any wrap up that you want to do before we get into the last demo session for this track?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to thank everyone for all their time today. Thanks to Nick and Steve then. That was a great talk there. If anyone does have any follow-up questions or would like to kind of get a copy of anything, you can feel free to reach out to us as well. We're happy to provide anything like that, or get you in contact with anyone you might have seen speaking today. So you can email me. I'll put my email in there, but you can also email us. Our general email is IANS@IANSresearch.com as well. But I'll kind of leave it there. And then I know we have another demo coming up soon as well. So
We do. Yep.
I'm happy to give them a little bit of time too. If they're here and they're ready,
I think Kevin's here. So
Awesome.
I will bring Kevin to the stage and
Perfect.
then transition out. So Molly, thanks for your time as well.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mark.
Okay. Hey, Kevin, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you doing, Mark?
I'm doing okay. You are here to kind of wrap up this session. So anything you need from me? Otherwise, I will get you turned over. I'll share your desktop once you share your slides.
Well, I would love to say everybody gets to be graced with my presence, but I'm just here to introduce Aaron, who is joining us in a second. So he's actually going to be doing the presentation. So otherwise, it would be a lot. I don't want to say less entertaining, but a lot less educational for sure.
Well, that's good. So how is the conference been for you throughout the day today? I know that a lot of us have been on seeing all the sessions. What's kind of some of the key takeaways you're seeing?
Yeah, I mean, it's really been fantastic. I think I like the different tracks that you guys have first and foremost. Lots of different. Sorry, I'm slacking Aaron on the back end just to make. I've particularly been able to join, our sessions with Chris Peltz, Steve Carter, who just went, talking a lot about. Chris was hitting on CTEM there. Aaron just joined, which I think is a really very interesting topic. Hey, Aaron.
How's it going?
And just the framework that it provides is something that I think we need to talk a lot more about. And then Steve talking about vulnerability intelligence as well. So all very, very relevant to what's going on today. I haven't been able to, but I do plan on going back and watching a lot of the rest of the presentations that have happened from other folks as well. So I can better answer that question when I've had a chance to go through the others.
Well, fantastic. Yeah, they'll all be available on YouTube. There'll be, for people that have registered, we will send a full summary out to everybody so you can see all the sessions, all the demos. And then certainly ask any of the partners here at questions. Make sure that you have all their contact information as well. So with that, Aaron, we can turn it over to you if you want to share your screen. I'll make sure that it's brought to the stream, and then
Awesome.
Aaron and I can go into the background.
Awesome. Sounds like a plan. Let me pull up my screen share here. And if it's anything like earlier, it may be a few seconds until it kicks in. So I just hit it off. Let me know once you see my screen.
Yep. We're
amazing.
Officially in the matrix.
All righty. We are in
Thank
it.
you. I'll
Let's do
turn it over to you.
Can you see the slides okay?
We can. Yeah.
Amazing. So one thing I want to cover here is in Nucleus, when we start talking about risk across the organization, right? When you think of the far left of the picture, which is your application security scanners, to the middle of the equation, your CI/CD pipeline, all the way to the right side of the equation, you have multiple different tools in the mix, right? You may have tools at rest like a Sonar Cube or a GitHub Advanced Security that's scanning a repository. You may have a tool like Sneak that's scanning a container image. You may have a tool like Tenable or Qualys or even CrowdStrike that is scanning the runtime asset itself. And each individual tool in this process has its own way of quantifying risk, right? When a CVE gets published, for example, and if you ever go on NVD's website and look at the CVE that's published, there's going to be an NVD score, and then right underneath it, there's going to be a little acronym called CNA. And the CNA is actually the numbering authority, right? When you think of like a KV patch from Microsoft, the numbering authority, the people who are actually publishing that patch is Microsoft. Same thing with like Amazon. Amazon will come out with something called ALAS, which is their numbering authority. And so every single vendor has their own way of scoring a vulnerability. NVD will come in and say, yeah, something is a 9.8, but and then Amazon or Microsoft will come in and say, you know what, actually it's maybe like an 8.2 or an 8.3, and they'll give you a little explanation. Now, in theory, that works. That works for that vendor. But then what ends up happening is when you have multiple different solutions that are all scanning that same resource across the stack, no one agrees on which score to use. No one agrees on which CNA to use. Some customers have some of the scanners have things like runtime context, so they know if the asset itself is publicly facing. Other scanners have tags and exposure information, even like DLP information of, hey, is this asset maybe computing sensitive data? And then at rest, right, within the repository, it's just at rest. So you missed the complete right side of the equation when it comes to the to runtime context. And so in Nucleus, what we aim to solve here is normalizing the severity across the entire stack, from the left side all the way to the right side. And this example that you're looking at here is a CVE that was found by Sneak, where Sneak said, yeah, this vulnerability is a low. It is not patchable. It's not upgradable. It is upgradable, sorry, and there are no social trends. And these are raw metrics from Sneak. If you were to log into Sneak and look at the actual vulnerabilities, you would see this metadata in Sneak. Then we come to Orca, where Orca's shift left scanner plugged in straight into Jenkins. And Orca says, yeah, this vulnerability is a high, but there is no public exploit. If there is no exploit verified, maybe even no POC. And then we go all the way to the right side of the equation, actually deploying that AMI, actually deploying that image in runtime. And now it's being scanned by Qualys's cloud scanner. Qualys says, yep, this is a critical. This is a 9.8 as the base score, and then they adjusted it a little bit over to an 8.8. So this is kind of like that Spider-Man meme, right? Where you have, Spider-Man is going like this. And as a security engineer, as someone who's remediating or even facilitating this vulnerability, because I now have to assign an SLA to this, I'm in that situation where who do I trust? Do I look at Sneak score and say, oh, it's actually a low, the SLA should be 60 days? Or do I look at Qualys and say, oh, it's a critical, it's actually 2 days, right? So there is no synergy across the stack. Introducing the Nucleus AI enrichment layer. So this is Nucleus's enrichment layer that looks at every individual attribute from multiple different threat intelligence sources. So looking at real world context, is it actually exploited in the wild? What does Intel 471 say versus gray noise versus Mandiant? Versus Metasploit, Shadow Server. We're looking at things like the where it's actually being exploited, what region it's being exploited in. And Nucleus will normalize all of these values into just a few fields for you to reference and utilize. And at the end of the day, we group them all up to what we call the threat rating, and we'll give you a final score. So that way, you're not in that Spider-Man situation where you're looking from Sneak versus Qualys versus Orca and whatnot. And this is all out of the box, automatically enriches every single vulnerability by default. The moment you click and connect your scanners into Nucleus and bring that data in, the AI enrichment layer is running analysis on every single vulnerability and normalizing them. So you have one score to look at, not 3 scores. Now, where is this really important? when we start talking to customers about reporting and we start talking to customers about SLA assignments and getting those tickets and getting those work items in the queues of those engineers, this is keeping a seamless SLA for those vulnerabilities, regardless of what scanning tool a team is using. A lot of the times, different teams are using different tools, right? Whether you're looking at the application team versus the InfoSec team, versus even like the runtime team or IT, right? Everyone has their own tools. But in Nucleus, as folks come into the console, you're looking at one vulnerability, one fix, one score from runtime, from apps, the AppSec side of the equation, all the way to runtime, so that there's a single score across the entire stack. Now, that pretty much wraps up the little talk here. Are there any questions in the chat that I can help answer? Kevin, I can't see the chat if you have that open by any chance.
Hey, I don't see any questions in the chat at this time. You know, I think especially end of the day, this has been a fantastic, as we were talking about before this, a fantastic day-long event. You know, thank you. If there are no other questions, thank you everybody for joining.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, there's Trey. There we go. Hey, Trey.
Hey, guys. Well, thank you for your time and presenting as always. It is much appreciated. It has indeed been a long day, and it looks like we're going to wrap up here soon. For those of you still following along, if you want to hop over after this to the main track, we'll have closing keynote and remarks and some raffle winners. Thanks for hanging out with us today, everybody. Thanks again, Aaron. Thanks, Kevin.
Wonderful.
Cheers. Take it
Thank
easy.
you.
Thank you so much.